guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services has frozen all child care payments to Minnesota amid reports of widespread fraud. Deputy Secretary Jim O'Neill says all federal payments now require proof of use, and Minnesota centers will face a full audit. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky told Fox News he does not trust Vladimir Putin, claiming the Russian leader is not looking out for Ukraine's best interests.
I don't trust Putin, and he doesn't want success for Ukraine, really. He doesn't want.
Zelensky says Putin simply wants to avoid pressure from President Trump, who says a peace deal is close after a productive phone call with Putin last week. A new report says a U.S. land strike in Venezuela was carried out by the CIA.
CNN is reporting a CIA drone hit a remote dock on the Venezuelan coast earlier this month. The network cites sources saying the U.S. believed the facility was being used by the Tren de Aragua gang as part of its operation to store and ship drugs. The report says no one was at the facility when the strike happened and there were no casualties. President Trump says the U.S. had targeted a dock connected to drug trafficking, but did not go into specifics. I'm Jim Roop.
A transcript related to a closed-door hearing in the case of the man accused of assassinating conservative activist Charlie Kirk will be made public.
Monday, Judge Tony Graff said the transcript and audio from the hearing will be released in about 2 weeks after the redactions are completed. It comes from a hearing in late October where Graff listened to arguments over whether Tyler Robinson can wear plain clothing during any court appearance. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Millions are facing severe winter weather to end the year. About 67 million people in the Northeast and New England are under wind threats, while areas near Lakes Ontario and Erie could see 1 to 2 feet of lake effect snow. The storm comes as Americans travel ahead of the New Year's Eve holiday. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
37-year-old David Paul of Kipnuk, Alaska, has been sentenced to more than 200 years in prison for sexually assaulting 6 minors. Court records show Paul was convicted on 17 counts tied to crimes from 2006 to 2013. His 263-year sentence is among the longest in Alaska state history. A Washington State Patrol trooper has filed a lawsuit alleging discrimination, retaliation, and harassment.
Colin Pearson's worked as a WSP trooper for 19 years. The lawsuit names WSP, a sergeant, and another trooper. It alleges there's been a pattern of discriminatory and unconstitutional treatment because he is gay, creating what he describes as a hostile work environment. He says it cost him a job with another police department. The lawsuit seeks damages for lost pay, emotional distress, and harm to his professional reputation. I'm Brad Ford.
Influenza activity is surging nationwide amid holiday gatherings and travel.
The CDC says there have been at least 4.6 million confirmed cases so far this flu season, 49,000 hospitalizations, and more than 1,900 deaths. Most are linked to subclade K, a mutant strain of H3N2, which is linked to influenza A. The CDC has labeled flu activity very high in New York and New Jersey, which have both announced record weeks. Rhode Island, Louisiana, and Colorado also have very high flu activity. I'm Michael Kastner.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Another dark night on the interstate, another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old world.
Alrighty, cue the microphone, and that, my friends, is how we kick off our final edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive for the year of 2025. As here we are, New Year's Eve is upon us. Are you ready? As they say, out with the old, in with the new. As we turn the page on the calendar here, first, the 31st day of December. Next time we chat, we'll be into the year 2026. How about that? What kind of year's it been for you? Yeah, ups and downs. Yeah, good for some and not so good for others. Yeah, thinking about our friends like Cap and Ron. Yeah, getting news. Yeah, your job's over. Happy New Year. Matter of fact, we've got updates. Yet another trucking company abruptly closing their doors. Looks like another 90 drivers suddenly out of a job. We'll give you all the details coming up when we get to our industry headlines. But, well, first things first, we always take a look at our travelers' weather around the country. A lot of folks traveling to ring in the new year from various destinations around the country. You know, overall, the big picture tonight, it's a pretty darn good night for most of the country when it comes to travel. On the ground or by air, we do have the first of what's going to be back-to-back Alberta Clipper systems. Now, bringing a little bit of travel disruptions to the Great Lakes, parts of the Ohio Valley, and by later Wednesday into Thursday, the eastern seaboard. The forecast there for New York City, probably going to have some snow falling at the midnight hour, a little under 24 hours from now. How about that? So we start there in the wake of the powerful weekend storm and the abrupt turnaround in temperatures, that rush of Arctic air across the open waters of the Great Lakes, bringing bands of lake effect snow squalls from Michigan to the Northeast. That's going to continue through much of this week. Most of the heavy lake effect bands going to be confined to the northern portions of I-81 in New York, then I-75 and 196 in Michigan. Of course, you've got I-80-90 from New York to Indiana. As a reinforcing dose of Arctic air moves in, that's our Clipper, accompanied by some of the steady snow. We may see a quick freeze-up, creating some exceptionally dangerous conditions on the roads from the Midwest to the Appalachians. Now, in those heavy lake effect snow bands, they're going to be adding up maybe a couple of feet of snow in some areas. Some locations in Michigan may end up with 4 to 5 feet of snow by the time this whole past weekend through this Friday rolls around. Now, in parts of Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, as well as upstate New York, New England, you got back-to-back clippers, so 2 patches of snow that are kind of overlap. The circulation around the Clipper storm will be causing winds to shift, big-time changes in the location of some of those lake effect bands from one day to the next. Both of these patches could bring a couple rounds of snow to Chicago. Overnight tonight to Wednesday night, one round may bring a bit of snow to New York City late Tuesday night to Wednesday. That second round, Wednesday to Wednesday night, means there's a pretty good chance of snow in the air again at the stroke of midnight there, here this New Year's Eve in both Chicago and New York City. During the northwest winds in the wake of the big storm, the Clipper systems, there's probably going to be some localized snow squalls that may extend hundreds of miles away from the shores of the Great Lakes, impacting travel for both Interstates 70 and I-80. Of course, airline delays with de-icing operation at some of the major airports. As we speak, that Clipper system is pretty much now slid to the south and east of Chicago. Radar depicting some light snow through central portions of Indiana, right through much of Ohio. It's kind of scattered in nature, so you'll be kind of in and out of Yeah, mostly lighter snow. At best, northeast Ohio may pick up a couple of inches here. That's actually the only region in Ohio that has winter weather advisories from, say, from Canton to Cleveland to Youngstown, then on over to Pittsburgh, Wheeling, West Virginia. Several inches of snowfall there. You get over into eastern West Virginia and southwest Pennsylvania, some of the higher elevations may see a bit of additional snow where you're looking at winter storm warnings and gusty winds. Some of these areas could see 4 to 8 inches with winds gusting to 45 miles per hour. So you'll see some snow squall conditions during the evening and overnight hours there. So you've got winter storm warnings. That'll be kind of kicking in later here in the day, Wednesday, and right on into your New Year's Day morning there in West Virginia. That's with, again, the back-to-back Clipper systems moving through that area. It won't be long now if people start packing into Times Square many, many hours before that ball drops at midnight, trying to get a prime location. Well, for those trying to hold their spot in Times Square this New Year's Eve, get set to experience probably the coldest ball drop in about 10 years. Actual temperatures are forecast to fall slowly from a high temperature of 34 today, here this Wednesday afternoon. It'll be at about 30 as the ball begins to descend in New York City at midnight. Now, if the weather pans out as forecast, the midnight temperature on New Year's Eve, Times Square, it's going to be the coldest since the ball dropped 2017 into 2018 when it was 9 degrees. It was a frigid night. Now, temperatures within a few degrees of freezing may not seem so bad, but wind, dry air can make it feel colder. The wind chills are going to be ranging from the teens and the 20s during the evening hours. Winds mainly from the west, 10 to 15 miles per hour, that kind of get funneled through the concrete canyons, as they call it, down the streets there, running from west to east. Yeah, finding a spot along 7th Avenue or Broadway away from an intersection that has exposure to the west may give you some shelter from the harsh winds there. But as far as snow's concerned, those traveling in from the north and west over the miles will see the most difficulty with that Clipper storm moving in from the Midwest. While the storm may briefly shut off lake effect snow in parts of upstate New York and western Pennsylvania, the storm itself producing a generally swath of light snow, but it'll be enough to coat some highways, Interstate 78, 80, 81, and 90, as well as the PA Turnpike and the New York Thruway. Further east, a weak storm may try to form offshore, put down a little bit of snow on parts of Long Island, New York, and southeastern New England. Later Wednesday night into Thursday. If the two storms merge enough, could see a coating to an inch of snow on New York City later on Wednesday night. Slippery streets and sidewalks there. Will snowfall to ring in the new year. All right, through the evening in Manhattan, looks like a few flurries are forecast. May mix in some of the blizzard of confetti at the stroke of midnight to usher in the new year. If there is snow of any consequence during the ball drop, it would be the first we've seen since 2009. There was a little bit of snow back in 2013 on New Year's Eve, but it occurred during the daylight hours. That storm in 2009 brought rain and 1.5 inches of snow to Manhattan there on December 31st. Official National Weather Service wind measurements may not accurately reflect real conditions throughout the island. The anemometer is located in somewhat of a sheltered area in Central Park there. They do point out the consumption of alcoholic beverages may make you feel warmer, but studies actually show alcoholic beverages lower the core body temperature when you're out in those cold conditions. All right, hello to Philly Dan. Good morning from the city of brotherly love. Here we go. Hope everybody has a happy new year. There's Josh checking in from McDonough, Georgia, with a balmy 35 degrees tonight. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Hello, Pappy. It's the midnight hour. For the last time in the year of our Lord 2025, somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust is the Hot Shot Secret hidden bunker, where Steve is throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The stick shit eliminator power mic is on. Goodbye, 2025. Hello, 2026. The countdown has begun. I wish everyone out there a happy, prosperous new year. 2026 is almost here. Are you with me? Yes, indeed, we are. Marianne is in the house. Good to have you on board as usual, saying hello to all the listeners out there. Kevin checks in. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Here we are on the Pizza Shuttle Express. There's Bill. Morning, Steve. Happy almost New Year's. We're at 19 degrees here in Beaver Dam, Wisconsin on the Pizza Shuttle Express. Few more hours till I get a couple days off. It's hotel and hot tub time. All right, drivers, have a good night out there. Be safe. Big Ed, are you ready for some football? Yes, indeed. Here we go. Playoff action gets back underway tonight. I guess we kick it off here with New Year's Eve. The Ohio State Buckeyes will face off against Miami. That'll take us almost up to the midnight hour. And, of course, all the big bowl games for New Year's Day. We'll get the official word from the prognosticator of prognosticators and the grumpy old grump, who takes the crown as Mr. Football here in 2025. There's No Snow Joe, who says, Happy New Year. Good afternoon, Larry. Hammer down. Be safe. Wishing everyone a happy new year and a safe New Year's. 27 degrees, Plattkill, New York, as we head towards Schenectady, New York tonight, back to Wilmington, Delaware to reload for Friday. Hello, Jeffrey, checking in from Southern Florida. Good morning, Steve, the overnight family. Have a happy, healthy New Year. And there's Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia, 30 degrees tonight. We had sun, but it was a chilly day. Hey, we got the grandkids again tonight. They wore Wildcat out. She went to bed early. I went out, got some groceries, a script, and some smokes with a $15 off coupon from Marlboro. They like me. Heading over to the daughter-in-law's brother's house for our New Year's Eve party. We'll watch the Buckeyes whoop up on Miami. Yeah, have a great New Year's Eve, a better weekend. Everybody be careful out there. Obviously, Buckeye Boy, hello, is a Buckeyes fan. Good luck to Ohio State tonight.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Well, let's see. Tank is in the house saying, good morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Happy hump day. Happy New Year's Eve. The last hump day of 2025. All right, 31 degrees here in Edgewood, New Mexico. Waving a hand and send your heat wave. We're running hard for the yard. We got to make it to the home 20 before our curfew, or we'll have to shut down until New Year's morning. They don't want any trucks on the road through New Year's Eve. All right, if everything goes well, we should be at the home 20 way before the clock strikes midnight. Everybody truck safe. Watch out for the other drivers. Have a blessed day. And wishing everyone a very blessed, healthy, happy New Year. Well, it sure is not one day closer to the greatest day of the week. I don't know. What is it?
It's one day closer to... What day is it? Tomorrow's not Friday, is it?
No. Hey, we're one day closer to the new year.
That's what I was going to say. I guess we're just one day closer to 2026.
There we go.
2025 can kiss my... Well,
yeah, I
we'll
get
stop
you.
there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. What a way to wrap up a year.
I started off the year with all the car problems with my car. Took it in for an oil change and ended up having to get a new motor. And, remember all that?
Yes.
I've got like $7,000 into this 2012 Chevy Sonic. How smart am I? But it just keeps piling up. You got to have it. You got to...
Right.
You got to have a car. And then I came down with the issue with my eye, the autoimmune problem.
Yeah.
And now this. So you know what they can do with 2025.
Yeah.
So anyway, I just thought I would call and one last time and say farewell to all the drivers, and I appreciate you being on the show. And I'm not sure exactly what I'll be doing. It's not looking good for the trucking industry right now. I'm not finding anybody that's taking any applications even.
Really?
It's horrible down here in Florida.
Wow.
I mean, everybody I've checked, not hiring. They're not taking applications, and it's terrible. And I check with Indeed.com. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
Yeah, sure.
But the only listings I'm seeing is like over-the-road jobs. Of course, those are out there with companies that I've never heard of. And I don't know if they're fly-by-night or any of that. So I can't really go over the road. And not that I want to anyway, at this point of the game. So I don't know what I'll be doing for sure.
We start 2026 in limbo land.
Yeah. So this past weekend, my company has profit sharing, and I went to the site and was looking for my balance, and it said 0. And I'm like, what the heck, Where did my profit sharing going for all these 19 years? And so I suffered all weekend trying to figure out where where my retirement money went.
Right.
It was just, there was nothing, no balance at all
Yeah.
that I could find. So I called them Monday morning, and I guess there was some other window or something that I wasn't checking, but it was there. But I never said anything to the wife about it because that would have been a nightmare.
There's already enough anxiety saying, well, you're going to be out of a job in a couple of days here, and that's pile it on.
Right. So, so I don't know what I'll be doing for sure, but I see we're up against the clock, and it's 30 degrees at the Georgia line. I'm just about there, but Semper Fi shout out to all my Marine Corps brethren, and go Blue and go Miami. I'm a Miami fan today.
I bet
How about
you
that?
are. Yeah. Anybody but the Buckeyes, right? Anybody but the Buckeyes.
Anybody but the Buckeyes or Alabama.
Okay. All right. Well,
but I appreciate it.
I'll look forward to hearing from you somewhere down the line there. Good luck. Something will pop up, right? God has a plan, as they say. All right, couple seconds here. Hello to Bob in Michigan. There's Kentucky Ken, morning overnight drive crew, and Steve Sommers. May God bless you with a wonderful new year, 2026. Love you all. Stay safe. From Kentucky Ken. There's Country Bumpkin checking in one more time. Happy New Year to the Overnight Drive family. All right, so we'll get our news break here. Looks like the analyst is ready to roll. And I know the prognosticator of prognosticators chomping at the bit to make his picks here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services has frozen all child care payments to Minnesota amid reports of widespread fraud. Deputy Secretary Jim O'Neill says all federal payments now require proof of use, and Minnesota centers will face a full audit. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky told Fox News he does not trust Vladimir Putin, claiming the Russian leader is not looking out for Ukraine's best interests.
I don't trust Putin, and he doesn't want success for Ukraine, really. He doesn't want.
Zelensky says Putin simply wants to avoid pressure from President Trump, who says a peace deal is close after a productive phone call with Putin last week. Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 95 points. The S&P 500 lost 9 points, and the Nasdaq dropped 55 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388. All right, great to have you with us. That one final time here in 2025, this New Year's Eve. And before we get to the prognosticator of prognosticators and the analyst, Mr. Grump, I've got to get to the ghost of Christmas past.
The ghost of Christmas past, I reckon.
That would be you. What do you say, Monkey Gouger?
Man, I'm doing good. How y'all doing?
We're wrapping up another year here, so we're going to be kicking off year number 6 from the secret bunker, if you can imagine that.
Imagine that, man. 6 years. No more, it just seemed like it was yesterday.
It does, yes. So last we heard from you, I guess it's been, about 6 months? You're in retirement. Everybody's been asking. I said, well, I see him posting on Facebook. He's fishing, he's hunting, spending time with the grandkids, spending time at the beach. I guess life is good.
Yeah, I jumped out the pot right into the fire. I didn't take the trash job that a friend of mine found out that runs a fairly large farm. He was short-handed, and he asked me about, running the game carts, the dryers, and, driving the truck back and forth to the field. And I said, I don't mind. I ain't got to go further than that. Well, the guy that I was taking some of the slack off, he become really sick, so I become a combine operator, cotton picker operator. Overnight, Steve, I'm going to tell you, I didn't realize how far behind the curve I was on operating this new machinery. And it took me about a week to get the feel for it. But once I got the cobweb worked out. So anyway, we've been working pretty hard. Like I say, people were sending me messages. Why don't you call in? Why don't you call in? Well, when you get up at 5:30 in the morning and you go to about 9 o'clock at night, you give out.
I hear you. That makes sense.
And we just finished up with the cotton and everything. And I said, you know what? It's New Year's. People have been sending me messages and stuff. I said, I'm gonna call in tonight and tell everybody we still kicking, we're still living, and life is good.
Well, hell,
just ain't had a chance to enjoy retirement.
You're probably working harder now than you were driving truck, aren't you?
Yeah, Steve, I am, and I told them, I said, hey, look, y'all gonna have to do something, between now and planting season, because I didn't quit to do this. I said, I don't mind helping somebody out. I mean, he pays good and everything, but I just don't want to work that hard.
I hear you.
I mean, it's just, for 9, for 8 years, I was on that regular run over there. All I did was work 7 on, 7 off. And and this work is, sometimes 7 days a week is just, it's killing me, man. Well, I get to go deer hunting some, and get to do a little fishing, and got to spend some time at the beach, and between I reckon the seasons of soybeans and corn and cotton and all that stuff.
Well, I saw your granddaughter got her first deer, right, this year?
Oh, yeah, man. You talk about a happy granddaddy. Ooh, Lord, man, I'm going to tell you something. I was happy for her. She goes with me. I've killed like 4 or 5 nice trophy deer with her in the stand with me. She don't move around. And she told me we got in the stand. She's a pig, so I want to kill a big deer tonight. And I said, well, baby, you got a good chance of killing one. And we sat there, and nothing come out. And finally, I had the binoculars out, and I seen a little old buck coming across the field there. And I said, all right. I said, when he stops, I'm going to give you the gun, you pop him. At 8 years old, and she grabbed that 30-06 and downed him, and boy, I couldn't tell her nothing. You could hear her hollering probably all the way in Cincinnati.
Wow, how about that?
So anyway, that everything had been going good, and I have been. One thing I'd like to announce, because this is the beginning of the new year and starting off on a new foot. I made a promise I'd keep up fighting for some of this stuff that's been going on. And well, anyway, the woman that was the Southeast field director for the FMSCA just all of a sudden decided it was time for her to resign. And they wouldn't give me 100% of the credit, but they said you had a lot to do with it. So anybody that's putting in for a federal waiver now, the Wicked Witch of the South is gone. She has retired and moved on.
How about that?
And they said that they're trying to clean that mess up over there that she created, and so that was. A little bit too late, but anyway, we did get her moved on out of her job. So, I tell you, I can't. I've been keeping up with what's going on in trucking and everything, and this administration, boy, I tell you what, they had hit the nail on a lot of issues that we needed to, get changed.
Yeah, you got to be thrilled about getting some of those non-English speakers off the road.
Oh man, I'm gonna tell you something. Steve, we got 2 sheriffs right here in 2 different counties, and they won't arrest none of them because they said it hurts the hurts the farm labor, and the farmers have been screaming and hollering, hey, let's just do something, let's just get them out of here, because I mean. We having a problem with it in these 2 counties right here, because everything is leaves Charlotte. They run out of Charlotte, come down here to us, and we've been screaming bloody murder. And finally, I talked to one of the people up yonder in charge. They said, well, they were going to look into it and start, seeing about enforcing coming into South Carolina now and doing some of this. Because, I mean, whenever they clean Charlotte up there, whatever they done, they flooded us down here.
Mm-hmm.
And so, anyway, that's something else. But Other than that, how was Christmas, man? We had a big Christmas and everything going good.
We had a good Christmas. We made it through Christmas. Then we all got sick. We all come down with the flu. Happy New Year, right?
Happy New Year. Well, you hadn't got a hold of this norovirus is going around, have you?
No, I have not. We have not had that. That sounds ugly. The barf virus.
Is. We had a dose of it right there at Thanksgiving.
That's always a good time. So what's your prognostication for your Clemson Tigers in the new year?
Well, they fired Garrett Riley today, and they fired somebody else. I think it was the defensive coach. But they moving in the right direction with firing Garrett Riley and getting him out the picture and this other defensive guy that they got out the way. But we got to rebuild, and Dabo's got to have to use some of that portal stuff to get ahead of the curve like some of these other boys have done. But it was a disappointing year for the Tigers, for sure.
Yeah. And they even lost their bowl game there a few days ago. Oh, well.
Yeah. Well, hey, we look at Alabama. They was on top for years, and they struggling. And I was disappointed in my Sooners. They fell down on the rear end there, and but as far as anything going on in the playoffs, I've watched some of it. Just finished watching a bowl game here right now. That's pretty much the first time I got to sit down and watch any football and watch TCU spank USC, which just done my heart good because that's that other Garrett boy he left Oklahoma. So anyway, that's where we at. But duck season is in full season. We think to leave here directly, go to the swamp, go duck hunt. Man, it got cold. Is it cold up there?
Oh yeah. It's about 20 degrees, I think, at best.
Hey, we went to sleep. I think it was Sunday night, 72 degrees, 73 degrees. The next night, when we was coming out the swamp, it was 24 degrees. 24 hours. I mean, it just boom. I said, "Whoo, Lord, we're going to pull out the long handles now."
That's exactly what we went from. We were like 70 degrees there Sunday evening, and Monday morning the bottom fell out like a brick.
Did y'all have all that snow and stuff up there, ice and stuff?
We didn't get much of anything. Just a few flakes here and there. It wasn't nothing to write home about. No real road issues or nothing. So.
Right. Well, Steve, I will get on out of here. And look here, I'll be calling back. It's kind of slacked up a little bit now, and then we're going to have a slack season now because we won't start doing nothing until probably about March or first, end of February. We start planting corn, and the rat race starts all over again. But right now we in slack time, and I'm trying to make up for all this other time I missed.
All right. Well, that gives us a full explanation of where you've been, Gouger.
Yeah, I just want to tell everybody we're doing good and Happy New Year, and we'll see you. That's one thing I told him. I said, "Now look, I got to go to Louisville. I don't care what happens. We done got the motel, got reservations up there. I'll see y'all at the Mid-America."
All right. Yeah, I had several folks asking about that. I didn't know if you were going to be there or not. So there you go. Thank you much, Carolina Monkey Gouger. He's still kicking. That's what last we heard from him was, I believe, on June the 26th, as he was kind of winding it down, ready to hang up the keys. Yeah, so I guess he was watching that USC TCU game. That ended in overtime, literally, as we were talking to the Gouger there. What was it, 30-27, I guess, the final score?
Yeah. Yeah, I was kind of watching it here, kind of listening to it. But, 30-27, that was a good game.
So there's the group and the prognosticator.
We're here. Good to hear old Monkey Gouger. Even though his Clemson Tigers ain't any good. That's all right. He got a second team, Oklahoma, and then Oklahoma will be back next year with Monkey Gouger. So he, other than Clemson, he's a good Sooner fan.
Mm-hmm.
I like Well, Steve, I see you got your man card back.
I guess just barely. Heatwave wants to know: did he lose his man card?
He's lost his man card, and he ain't gonna get it back till next year.
There you go.
So that's his only hope of getting it back next year. But that's all right. The heat wave. One of these days, I know New Mexico Slow Boat plays Oklahoma next year. If they knock them off, then you can have your man card back.
All right.
But I'm sitting out here in Pasadena, and in about 24 hours, this Colorado Boulevard is going to be one massive street party.
So I saw you
having the Rose Parade.
I saw you got a Hooter helper this past day.
Oh yeah, well, yeah. Nah, that was my sister. I was just aggravating her.
Ah, okay. I wondered about that.
It wasn't the real deal.
Yeah, okay.
I'm always aggravating her.
But
funny. My brother-in-law and my sister, they come out. Me and my brother and my son and a friend of his, we all come out. The only good thing I've seen with gas prices, I think I paid like $2.85 a gallon at the highest. But gas prices have been real reasonable coming out. I'd only spent $300 coming all the way out here on gas.
Right.
So now the motels, that's a different damn story. Of course, they've got a captured audience, and they're going to make all the money they can.
Mm-hmm.
Just for 3 nights, $1,600.
Wow.
I was just talking to an Indiana fan. Me and Grump was on the phone, and cheap seats over at the Rose Bowl. What did he say, Grump? $185?
Yeah.
Up to 800.
Yeah, that's up there around the blimps. You know where the Goodyear blimps flying over at. Yeah.
That's the nosebleed section.
Yeah. Yeah.
That you won't be just
$185 for the damn ticket and $300 for a set of binoculars so you can watch the
game. Yeah. So, but I've seen a lot of Indiana fans around here, so I ain't seen really much of any Alabama fans unless they're staying somewhere else. Are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know I switched over to my pickup. So, anyway, they're packing in there like sardines.
So you're just there for the parade now? Is the other families and anybody actually going to the game? Or are they all just there for the parade or what?
No, we're just here for the parade. I'm not. If Oklahoma would have made it out there, yeah, I'd be trying to go to the game. But I'm not even going to try to go over to that madhouse.
Okay.
I'm going to stay right here and watch it on TV.
Mm-hmm.
That's my plan. Unless somebody offers me up a couple tickets, and I don't think anybody's going to do that.
All right.
So, I'm poor man. Captain Ron, and if you want to make money, you can make money, but you're at that age where you're going to have to start thinking out of the box. I mean, I hated to hear Captain Ron running into that bit of bad luck he's getting, but if there's a will, there's a way. Guarantee it.
Mm-hmm.
You just got to go find it. It's not the end of the world. It's just you're in a position in your life now. You just got to reinvent yourself, and you class individual you are. I bet you can get it done. Other than his football picks, he sent me his football picks.
Yeah.
So I know he's going for Miami, Indiana, Oregon, and Georgia. That's who Captain Ron's going for. So, but we're about ready to get this over right quick too. I told him I thought Michigan pulled a rabbit out of the hat by hiring that old Kyle Whittingham to be their next head coach. Give him 3 years, and he's going to have them boys back where they belong. And that's at the top of the Big Ten. Guarantee it's coming.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, are they going to be patient enough to wait?
Unless they pull an Iowa State and all of them haul ass.
Yeah, did you hear about that, Steve?
I don't.
17 players left on the team.
Really? Wow.
That's it. Old Ted Cruz is raising a ruckus about that. I mean, that's worse than years ago when SMU got to what they called the NCAA death knell. That's just going to run their damn football program. And that's why they've got to get this, man, they have got to get this transfer portal thing under control. I give it next year, and I got to tell him Grump after next year, I don't think college football is going to be worth a flip. I'm just going to quit following it all together.
Not the way it's going. We're going to be seeing, players that, either you pay me or I'm going to sit on the bench. Well, they can park their asses on the bench for all I care. I think they're ruining it, but that's just me. You ready to do some picking here? Yeah.
I'm ready. Steve, are you ready?
All right. Well,
you want to go first, or do you want to go last?
Well, I'll go first. You want me to just pick first? I'm going to go with Ohio State tonight.
Okay, hang on a minute. Ohio State, Steve.
All right. Well, that's number 2. Ohio State playing number 10 Miami. The odds on that's changed several times. I've been kind of keeping an eye on it there. They got a negative 360 on Ohio State to win on the money line, and then you got a positive 280 on Miami. Which if you wanted to make some money and you think that Miami's going to pull that one out, I would go with the money line on that, and you can make some pretty good bucks on it. So, but
you going with Ohio, Gump?
I'm going with Ohio. They're a 9.5 point favorite on that.
You ain't got a choice. You picked them to win the whole deal. You got to stick with your guns.
That's right. That's right, man. I got to go with my boys there.
I'm at 7-4. I got plenty of room to play with there, and I'm going to go with Miami. They're to the neutral field, and I think Miami's got what it's going to take to knock them off.
That's what I had your name written down under Miami already, Ed.
You starting to read me, Steve.
They got an over/under of 40.5 on that, Big Ed.
Yeah, I think just the fact it's a neutral field is what's giving me the vote of confidence in Miami.
Yeah, well,
if it was at Ohio, I guarantee you I'd be picking Ohio State.
Now they did think that Miami was going to get over 15.5 on the points there. They did put a on the bet line there. They put a negative 125 on that. So they're pretty sure of that. But then
this is coming from the same two guys that picked Oklahoma over Alabama. Let's not forget that.
Yeah.
Well, hey, I wouldn't have picked Alabama. I don't care who was playing. They could have been Knob Noster could have been playing, and I'd picked Knob Noster over Alabama just simply the way things went. But and I had faith in your Sooners, man. I can't believe you didn't do that. Man, that's just
no. You remember, I'm the prognosticator. Prognosticator may not know it all, but I'm football, and that's why I picked Alabama.
All righty. All right, next up is going to be Oregon and Texas Tech. Steve, what do you got on that?
I got
number 4.
Texas Tech, number 4.
Well, hey, man, great minds think alike, because I'm going with Texas Tech also, and I'm sure Ed's going to go with Oregon just to be different.
No. This time I'm going to get in line with you guys. I'm going to go against my better judgment. I'm going to go. Yeah, I just like Tech over Oregon. I think they'll do it.
Well, I think they're looking at Dante Moore pulling that one out over Texas Tech, and they got a 2.5 point favorite on Texas Tech. So that's that, and they believe that it might go over 51.5 on the points. So Texas, Oregon's got a negative 135.
Texas is another one that's another one of these teams that and they bragged about it. They bought their players.
Yeah, and they're where the hell are they playing at?
They're playing at Miami.
Is it Miami? Okay.
Orange Bowl.
All right. Yeah. I couldn't remember where it was playing at. Then we got Alabama and Indiana. Now this is going to be a game here. I got to go with Indiana. I didn't want to jump in front of Steve there, but Number one versus
trying to
number
influence
9.
Steve, are you drunk?
I'm trying to influence him now. When you look at
Steve,
the deadline,
who are you going for, Steve?
Against my better judgment, I'm going to go for Alabama.
oh man,
Steve, you are a smart man. Let me tell you why I'm going with Alabama. I think it's going to be because it's supposed to rain, and Alabama's a good grunge team, and I think it's going to shut down that top-notch offense that Indiana's got. I don't think Indiana's got the defense to knock Alabama off. So I think you got a good pick there, Steve. You, sir, are the man of all men. Don't you forget it.
All right, we got one more pick to go here, but I gotta get the news break. See that clock there? It says hour number 1 on this final edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive for the year 2025 is wrapping up. All right, what do we got left there? You got Ole Miss and Georgia. I guess that's prime time, New Year's Day, 8 p.m. Eastern time.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services has halted all child care payments to Minnesota over alleged fraud. Deputy Secretary Jim O'Neill says federal funds will now require receipts or photos. Minnesota centers are going to face a full audit. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz backs criminal action but says the investigation unfairly singles out the state's Somali community. President Trump is warning Iran against rebuilding its nuclear program. While speaking Monday with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Trump said the U.S. would respond if Iran moved forward while urging negotiations and backing potential Israeli strikes. The comments come as Iran faces protests and its currency hits a record low against the dollar. The U.S. military says another alleged drug smuggling boat in the Eastern Pacific has been hit, killing 2 narco-terrorists.
The U.S. Southern Command said on X, forces blew up the boat in international waters and no U.S. service members were injured. The Post also said the boat was operated by a designated terrorist organization, but did not say which terrorist group. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
More musicians are canceling upcoming shows at the Trump Kennedy Center after the board voted to rename the performing arts venue to include President President Trump's name.
The jazz band The Cookers, scheduled to perform Wednesday night, hinted at politics as being part of the reason they're canceling. Singer Christy Lee announced on Instagram she's canceling, saying that losing her integrity would cost her more than any paycheck. The Kennedy Center's board voted to add Trump's name earlier this month, with it being added to the building the following day. Several shows and performers have canceled at the center since the name change, including the musical Hamilton and Issa Rae. I'm Jim Roop.
Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 95 points. The S&P 500 lost 9 points, and the Nasdaq dropped 55 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Throughout the weekend, we've had hundreds of crews working to restore power.
Michiganders are digging out of a winter storm that hit the entire state on Monday. Consumers Energy says crews from several states and Canada are helping to restore power after nearly 62,000 customers initially lost electricity. A New Jersey judge has ruled that 2 Clark police officers caught using racial slurs can be fired.
Clark Police Chief Pedro Matos and Sergeant Joseph Teston were secretly recorded using racial slurs, including the N-word. This goes back 5 years. They were suspended but continued to collect their 6-figure salaries and annual bonuses while being investigated. They claim the probe's taken so long they shouldn't face disciplinary charges, but the judge's ruling Tuesday shoots down that claim. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
With flu season starting early and being driven by the new K variant of the influenza A strain, people are paying more attention to what they take if they contract that illness.
Tamiflu is the most prescribed medication to fight the flu, but it's not the only option. There's another antiviral called Xofluza that doctors are recommending for certain patients because it's a one-dose pill. Tamiflu, which comes in pill or liquid form, typically must be taken twice daily for 5 days, but it can be given to babies and toddlers. Xofluza is approved only for people ages 5 and up. The CDC recommends talking to your doctor about what's right for you. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Well, we'll get another hour underway as we roll into the final edition. It's New Year's Eve. Final show for 2025. Ready or not, 2026 knocks on the door. Now, when it comes to travel issues, out west, of course, where Big Ed's hanging out, rain is expected to close out the year and usher 2026, maybe soaking some of the New Year's events in Pasadena, including the Rose Parade and college football. Raising the risk of flash flooding and mudslides in Southern California. Now, they've actually had several days of much-needed dry weather. After a siege of storms around Christmas time brought several inches of rain, flash flooding, mudslides, rock slides throughout California. In the last 6 weeks, they tell us, much of coastal Southern California have picked up anywhere from 60 to 80% of what would be their entire annual rainfall, and 80 to 90% of its seasonal rainfall. More rain is on the way starting later today and looks to continue through New Year's Day. The storm from Wednesday to Friday could bring a general 1 to 4 inches of rain to coastal areas of Southern California. The greatest amounts along the south and west-facing slopes of the transverse ranges. Snow levels will be higher for this storm to prevent wintry conditions over the passes, they tell us, in Southern California, and minimal impact over the passes in the Sierra Nevada as well as the Siskiyou Mountains. The storm's going to help break up the fog over California's Central Valley. Some rain spreads into San Francisco, Sacramento, and much of the balance of Central and Northern California later Wednesday and then extending into Friday. Of course, then the showers begin to spill over into the deserts in Las Vegas and Reno, Phoenix and Yuma, Arizona as well. All right, so there you go. Rainy conditions supposedly coming your way there in California. Ed, did you bring your rain gear? You got your poncho, your umbrella?
Oh, yeah, I got my poncho. It's supposed to have been raining down here today, but never running no rain. I was looking at the weather map as we were coming off Cajon, and it showed rain down in there in the valley, and didn't run into one drop unless it's up there in the higher elevations after we come down off the mountain. But right now, everything seems to be high and dry right here.
Yeah, all right. I mean,
I know
everything's off the coast right now. I mean, everything, a lot of rain offshore, but nothing showing up on the radar yet.
Last time I was out here, it was calling for rain, and we got lucky, and we didn't get none. So anyway, even if it goes to raining, I can just sit right outside the hotel there and watch the parade as it goes by, so I'll be able to get some good pictures. I know that to me, this is my third Rose Parade. It's worth the trip out here. I come out in 2002 when Oklahoma played Washington State and went to that game, and then here 3 years ago I went to the Utah-Pennsylvania game and had a good time, so... Unfortunately, like I say, I'm not going to go fight that madhouse tomorrow unless somebody offers me a free ticket.
All right.
I don't see that happening. So, right quick, I want to say Happy New Year to my wife, Denise. She stayed at home. She's going on a Josh Malloy cruise in April.
Oh.
So, he's going to be playing on some cruise ship. I think it's running out of Galveston. So, if anybody wants to go on a cruise with Josh Malloy, I would highly recommend it. And right quick, he's supposed to call you the night of the 6th.
Okay.
He will, because I'll be at home. I'll be twisting his arm.
Okay.
So he will call you, but he's getting so darn busy, Steve. I don't know how he keeps up with what he does the way it is. Because he's just hopping like a chicken on a hot tin plate. I know that.
Yeah, I know that. I guess just yesterday they kind of put out the first few gigs for 2026, kicking off like in early February.
Yeah, Grump supposed to go see him up there in Kansas City the 20th. I got Grump lined up to go backstage and visit with him. So hopefully Grump will get to meet him. I'm sure he will.
Yep.
You there, Grump?
It's on the calendar. Yep. We're looking at the Sugar Bowl, the last game here. Last one between Ole Miss and Georgia. Now, they did play back in October on the 25th there.
And Ole Miss lost by 9 points.
Yep. Well, yeah.
Where was that game at? I never did look. Was it at Ole Miss?
Yes. No. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. And this one here is going to be at the Superdome there in New Orleans. So we'll have to see what happens here. But, when you look at this was a hard game to pick, man, because it's everything points toward Ole Miss. I mean, on total yards, they were number 2 in total yards out of all, all the teams there last year, where Georgia was number 44. And, passing yards, they were 3rd, but they got a couple of tight ends that's questionable, and they were yard makers for them. What was that kid's name? Wright, and that other one there, Odom or something like that. They both them tight ends were, they earned their money. And I got to go with Georgia on this. I think they're favored by 6.5 points on it, and they some reason they believe it's going to be a pretty high scoring game. They're looking at 56.5 on the over under, and on the money line you got Georgia at a negative 230, which I don't know who in the hell wants to throw $230 down there to make 100, but that's the way it is, and plus 195 for Ole Miss. So I got to go with Georgia on this. I just when you look at over the record and everything that Georgia's doing, their rushing yards is really been really good. I mean, they're still, it's not as good as some like Alabama, but it's 31st. But they just got a couple of powerhouses that can get the job done, and their defense is really well. So I got to go with Georgia.
Who you going with, Stevie boy?
Not that I know anything about football, but just what he was just sharing with the money line that says Georgia's a strong favorite to win it. I'll go with Georgia.
Well, sometimes you got to think out of the box. Now, if I haven't taught you that, that's what I'm trying to teach you. I'm looking at which one of these teams. Which of these teams can beat Ohio State? Because I need Ohio State to lose. So, because right now, I'm still Mr. Football.
Going by the stats, neither one of them compares to Ohio State. Ohio State's defense is.
I think better. Georgia could probably shellac Ohio State, but I think Ole Miss can too. Well, I don't know about that, but I'm going with Ole Miss just for the upset.
Just for the upset. Okay. Well, hey, let me see what the stats was here on Ohio State real quick. I know they were, let's see here. Ohio State, they were 24th in total yards per game, 18th in passing. That's better than both of them. Rushing yards. This is where Ohio State kind of falls on their ass. They were 61st in rushing yards. But
I can assure you, if Georgia gets past Ole Miss, they will take Ohio State.
You got to look at this too here. I mean, when I look at the defense on this, who's better, Ohio or Ole Miss? Number 1, Ohio State first, 213 total yards. Passing yards on pass protection first, Ohio State. Rushing yards, protecting the rush, stopping the run, 5th, Ohio State. Points per game, on turnovers and things like that, first, Ohio State. Third down percentage, number 6, Ohio State. That's what I'm looking at on Ohio, and on winning, just taking it all is the simple fact that their defense, and you said it yourself there, big boy, defense wins games.
Yeah, well, you're right, they do, but you got to remember, That's Ohio State playing a bunch of weak link Big Ten teams. Other than Indiana, reached up to slapping. So you ain't got me convinced, Grump. You're not going to take that crown, so you might as well just get ready to cry in your beer.
I'm going to the hat shop and get fitted for it.
Yes, sir. So
so
how many games we different there? Me and Steve got Alabama.
Yep. I got
you and Steve got Georgia.
Me and Grump have Ohio State. We're split there, yep.
All right, well, boys, unless you got any more for me, like I say, I may not know my football. Or I'm tired. I may not know it all, but I do know my football. So when do we got to go back in? The second? Oh, you won't be back.
I'll be back Sunday night, Monday morning. We're back to like a regular schedule next week. So
yeah, we can call in and talk about y'all's losses. Why I'm still
I hope it don't rain on your parade out there.
Prognosticators. So with that being said, like I say, I may not know it all, but I know my football. Good luck. Oh, Happy New Year to y'all. And Steve, like I say, Josh will be calling in the night of the 6th. So that's the plan, Sam.
We'll be looking forward to it. All right. Well, enjoy the parade.
All right. Happy New Year, you guys. And just be safe out there. And right quick, I noticed coming all the way out here, I guess they're getting some of these nutheads off the road because I didn't see too many what I figured was illegal drivers. So everybody's driving decent and safe. I know that.
That's good.
All the trucks I was operating around. So, all right, Steve, we'll talk to y'all later. Grump, you be safe out there.
All right, Ed. You enjoy yourself out there, brother.
All right. As you said, it might rain on his parade. Literally.
It just very well could. Yeah. Well, we'll see how these games go here in the next couple of days. But I don't know. We might dethrone him there.
That gives me a little more incentive to try to find a location. I mean, all those big games, they'll be on like regular TV, right?
Yeah, probably will. Yeah, I would imagine they'll be on the regular network.
Some
TV.
of this stuff you got to you got to have a Peacock subscription or a Paramount subscription and all that stuff. So
I don't think so. But I'm not sure if you do or not on
these.
On a couple of these.
I'm thinking all these have to be like major, ABC, CBS, Fox, something like that.
Yeah. I'm thinking that too. I'm thinking it's going to be that's where the money's at. I mean, hell. When they put it on the network and everything instead of, doing cable, yeah. I think they pull in a lot more there. And sponsors are probably raising hell saying, hey, put it on the, put it out there because they, they make a ton of money off these things. So we'll see what happens. But, if push comes to shove, I'll send you a log on for something. I got a couple of these different things. So we'll get you fixed up.
All right. Thank you, Grump.
All right, buddy. We'll talk to you later.
Good morning. Yes, sir. And Happy New Year. Let me see. I'm not sure. Tank earlier had mentioned like their company has this. We don't want any trucks on the road during the crazy hours, New Year's Eve into New Year's Day. I see someone just a couple hours ago shared their, I don't know, is it still Qualcomm where you get your messages on your dash there? Anyway, it says all drivers must find a safe haven and shut down from 2200 hours on New Year's Eve, December 31, until 0400 hours New Year's Day, January 1 of 26. These times apply to the local time zone where your truck is located. Loads that require movement during the shutdown hours will be allowed only with prior approval. Drivers needing to move must obtain an approval message from their transportation manager, sent via the Edge Contact tablet. Thank you for your driving. Have a happy new year and drive safe. So pretty much 10 p.m. till 4 a.m. Similar time-wise, I guess, that's why tanks, pushing it to get back to the home 20. Otherwise, they'll have to shut down for those 6 hours, needlessly, I guess. But all right, 21 past the hour. 844-844-3388.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Some of our other friends checking in here for the final edition here of 2020-25. Here's Jerry, who says, looking forward to another great show tonight with the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive brought to you by Hot Shot Secret and other great sponsors. It's an amazing show because the legendary Steve and his crew of professionals out on the road passing the mile markers every single day. I got a sprint car update. Has Kyle Larson winning the over $100,000 prize down under at the Perth Motor Speedway. I think it was 110 grand, something like that. Here in the States, we got the mini sprints. That's the little, they use the 600 motorcycle engines at the Chili Bowl with a record-setting entry list. I'm thinking like 2,000 cars signed in, with Kyle Busch's little boy winning a race tonight. You can go to Facebook or Flow Racing for updates. Next week, you'll see the midgets running the Chili Bowl. Anyway, got some snow flurries, 25 degrees in Kokomo. Happy New Year to all. Please be safe and tell them you love them every chance you get. All right, Eskimo Mom. Hello, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Hump Day, Wednesday, New Year's Day, whatever day it is. Got the usual run tonight as grocery haulers don't get much of a rest. So I'll be working my regular shift rest of the week. Got 33 degrees at my store right now, Owensboro, Kentucky, with hazy skies. I'll take that over the 1 to 2 inches tonight and the other 1 to 2 inches tomorrow night. And the special weather statements we've been issued for parts of Ohio and Indiana. That's related to the Alberta Clippers, obviously. Be safe out there and have a Happy New Year. All right, Deborah. Howdy, Steve. The Prism System's always hiring. They have some truck driver jobs as well. Guess that's maybe for Cap and Ron to check into. Okay. Happy New Year's to all the listeners out there. Morning, Steve and the Overnight family. Have a happy New Year. Glad to hear the Carolina Monkey Gouger. Tell him I said have a happy New Year. We've got clear skies, 25 degrees in Indianapolis tonight. And that's from John. There you go. Thanks for checking in, John. Happy New Year to you. Drummer Girl, 26 in Northeast Philly tonight. Wishing everyone a happy, healthy New Year. I'll be on my way to Philly at the midnight hour this New Year's Eve. Wow. Regular old night for you, right? Everybody stay safe. Hello, Gary. Gary Montgomery on board. A dedicated listener throughout the year. Good morning, Steve. All the overnight crew. Let's see. Sneakers says, hey, to the analyst and the prognosticator, thank you guys. It's been fun. Steve and Hotshot Secret, thank you for a good year of shows. Wonderful new year to you and all the listeners out there. And hello to Scrapyard, waving a hand, waving all 5 fingers at us here, right? Better than one. Philip in Florida. Are the iguanas falling out of the trees?
Oh, that's Miami. That ain't up here where I'm at. Hey, Steve, why don't you look on the AccuWeather here and let everybody know what it is down here in Central Florida right now.
Where you at, about 30 degrees?
8 right now, where I'm at. What's it saying there?
I'm trying to pull it up here. Let's see. Well, it's 66 in Orlando, it says. That's not right.
I don't know where that. No, that's not right. On my car here, it's saying it's 38 right now.
38. Okay.
I'm up here. I'm up here by Sanford, Florida. So I'm north of Orlando, a few miles. But it's going to be a nice cold day up here for us. I mean, it's cold for us down here. You know, it gets below 60 degrees, we start freaking out down here. So that's just the way it is. Going a little early tonight, we got our trains running all night long. We're not open to guests, but we got to keep them running to keep all the water and everything out of them. The big monorail trains, they don't like this stuff, and you let them sit still and they'll freeze up, even though it's above freezing. That water starts messing with them, and then things don't work correctly, and then we got big problems. So we just keep them running all night long. That's what we're going to be doing. So we're going to be doing it tomorrow too, Steve. You're not going to be on tomorrow, right?
No, this is our last episode until Sunday night, Monday morning.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, y'all have a safe New Year there. And I was kind of shocked when I heard you say that company was making them drivers sit on the side of the road during those hours. You know, it seems like to me they'd want to keep them loads moving. I mean, I hate to say it this way, but your odds are going to be the same whether you're moving or you going. I mean, it's part of being a driver. You gotta be on the offensive and defensive end of the deal.
Mm-hmm.
When you're out here doing it, you know, especially when you do it for a living. So,
yeah. Well, I got to get to I'm looking at the clock. We got to get a quick time out here.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services has frozen all child care payments to Minnesota amid reports of widespread fraud. Deputy Secretary Jim O'Neill says all federal payments now require proof of use, and Minnesota centers will face a full audit. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky told Fox News he does not trust Vladimir Putin, claiming the Russian leader is not looking out for Ukraine's best interests.
I don't trust Putin, and he doesn't want success for Ukraine, really. He doesn't want.
Zelensky says Putin simply wants to avoid pressure from President Trump, who says a peace deal is close after a productive phone call with Putin last week. Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 95 points. The S&P 500 lost 9 points, and the Nasdaq dropped 55 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
I got the real numbers here now. Yeah, looking at some of the advisories. Yeah, right down into the heart of Florida. You got cold weather advisories and freeze warnings in effect. Let's see. For the cold weather advisory, very cold wind chills as low as 23. For the freeze warning, we're talking sub-freezing temperatures, could drop to as low as 27 degrees. So some of the counties there, coastal Hernando, Citrus County, Pasco, several others, Sumter counties. So it's a chilly night in Florida. Yet I saw the advisories of look out incoming for this, I guess, chilly enough there in southern Florida where the iguanas kind of get stunned and start falling out of the trees, right?
Oh, yeah. Yep. Yep, them iguanas are there because people didn't want them and threw them outside. That's why they got iguanas down there in Miami.
Huh.
That's the reason they got them stupid snakes over there in the Everglades.
Yeah.
They aren't supposed to be there, and them alligators are eating them, and they're eating alligators, and they're having fun. So, yeah, that's another way it is, man. People got to get rid of their mess, and they don't want to hang on to it the right way or do the proper thing, so they just throw it out there. So I hear they're all over Miami, though. I heard those iguanas are all over Miami.
Mm-hmm.
But no, it's just going to be a chilly day down here. I mean, we'll have a ton of people in the park. We did yesterday. So it's going to be a busy day. But I didn't know Ed was out there at the Pasadena. So he's going out there just for the parade. Is that what he said?
Yeah. It's, he and a number of family members all made the drive out there for the parade.
There's an outfit that's in Hammond, Louisiana, called Southern Boys Outdoors, and those folks, they sell a lot of different things. They sell a lot of hunting equipment. They sell a lot of equipment for, cooking jambalaya and all kinds of stuff. And there's a gentleman named Keenan. I follow these folks on Facebook, and they've been out there. Louisiana's going to have a float in that, and they've been helping them feed the people out there. They made jambalaya and all kinds of stuff, all kinds of Cajun dishes for them out there, and they're supposed to be cooking. They're on their way. I think right now they're on their way back, but while they were putting the floats together, they were helping these folks feeding them and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty interesting stuff. And he showed some pictures of the Rose Bowl itself. They had a party at the Rose Bowl stadium there, and everything, the people that were working it. It was pretty neat. Keep up with a little bit of that stuff on Facebook here and there, and I seen you guys earlier. Hey, Steve, you didn't have the bird cam on today, huh? You just running the regular cam that shows everything there?
Right, yeah. I mean, that's my preference. I don't, the close-up, they call that what they call it, the booger cam, the one that's right up on my face,
Yeah. I work today and tomorrow, and then I'll be over there working groceries on Friday and Saturday, so I know we're going to be busy over there. We were busy last weekend. Saturday was real rough. But there's going to be a lot of people out there busting it, man, I tell you. But everybody needs to be careful driving out here. So Zelensky and all those guys are all done with Palm Beach and moving on, right? What was he talking about, Putin there earlier?
Yeah, Zelensky doesn't trust Putin, which I don't think does anybody trust Putin, but...
Well, his record is not very good, and it's one of them things you just got to be careful about. I mean, Zelensky's got a lot on the line, and he's had a lot on the line. I mean, you wouldn't start a war if you didn't have something like that. I don't think he should give up his land. I mean, that's pretty much what the war was started about, and that's going to be a tough one to figure out. And if Trump pulls it off, it's going to be pretty big if he can pull that off.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's going to happen or not. There's too much divide between them two countries, and we'll see how it plays out. But what about this Venezuela thing? Are they still hitting them boats down there? I know I saw some. They were hitting the Pacific in the Pacific, bringing them in.
Yeah, over the weekend, I guess we did our first. It wasn't really inland. First land attack. They hit a dock where they load the boats, supposedly with the drugs and store the drugs.
Okay. You better be careful with that. You never know what's churning down there, and they've got a lot of backing from other countries. Venezuela does. I mean, I think we could take them. I don't, really want to see us get into something with somebody, but I don't think they have the big guns like we do. And what was that you were talking about, that we're going to start building F-15s for Israel?
Yeah, like an $8.9 billion contract, I believe it was. 25 initial F-15s, an option for 25 more.
Well, shoot. I mean, the F-15 is an older airplane. It's an older design, and there's a lot of things that they can do with that design and make it better. I think we're going to make a lot of money on that one. But, we got stuff sitting everywhere, Steve. We got F-35s that are over in Japan. Japan's bought those from us. We deal with a lot of different countries selling. We're probably one of the biggest arms dealer countries in the world. If not the biggest. I mean, other than Russia. and Russia's dealing mainly with China and a few other folks. But you know that equipment that Japan's got is a lot more advanced than that F-15 is. But I think we're gonna have to pay attention though with this drone stuff, because these drones, man, they're just getting outrageous. I mean, Walmart just did a thing with the city of Orlando the other day. They're going to start drone service over Orlando. Delivering stuff in Orlando via drones. So I think that drone stuff is going to be, we are all worried about satellites over us. I think we're going to have them things over us as well. I've been seeing a lot of videos here lately of cartel members bringing drones over the border. They're not using airplanes anymore. They're using drones. And the border agents are shooting them down, you know. Going to see a lot of that. I mean, Ukraine, I wonder if President Trump talked to Zelensky about their drone technology, because Ukraine is the number one country in the world that's developing drone technology right now. You know, they are using it against Russia. They have some of the most advanced people with drones because of this war. You know, just wonder if we're going to get into that a little bit more. I know that we're going to be doing a lot of launches this next year. SpaceX is working really hard, and they're getting a lot of things done out here. You're going to be seeing that Starship out here in Florida before long. And I think when it gets to that level, you know, we're going to be more than testing. That's the one to sit back in. Another one to watch is Rocket Lab. I know Blind Man wants me to talk about them folks, because Blind Man, he's got some interest in that company, and that Rocket Lab, they are doing some stuff, and they're coming out with some pretty big things within the next year with their rockets. They're going to have all kinds of different things going on with satellites. That's a company to watch. And Blue Origin, of course. Blue Origin is going to be the second person in the deal after SpaceX when they get their stuff together and keep going. They're pretty close right now. And but that's pretty much all I got today, buddy. I appreciate everybody out there, and thanks for everybody for listening. And Eskimo Mom, if you want to trade me, come on down. You don't have to trade me. Just come on down and see me. We can figure it out. She just sent me a text here a little while ago. The car said it out on the dash and said, trade me. You know, She always does that with me. So. But you guys have a good one and be safe, and we'll catch you next year.
That's right. Next year. Happy New Year. Philip in Florida. One final time here in 2025. I guess some tense moments in the middle of Kentucky this past day. Trenton, Kentucky, the latest from Lexington 18. It was a CSX train derailment early this past morning, forcing nearby residents to shelter in their homes after a toxic chemical began leaking from one of the derailed cars. It's a little after 6 a.m. this past morning along US 41 in rural Todd County near Trenton, Kentucky. 31 train cars went off the tracks at US 475 and Tress Shop Road. One car was carrying molten sulfur, a highly flammable, toxic chemical. One giving off some smoke, some fumes. That was the car carrying molten sulfur, which is a solid, so it's superheated, turns into a liquid, and as it was coming out of the car, it was giving off a cloud and starting to solidify. According to the emergency management director, molten sulfur is used to make fertilizer, detergents, rubber, and construction materials. That leak prompted emergency officials to order nearby residents to shelter in place as a precautionary measure. The National Weather Service in Paducah gave us the wind speeds and the directions, so we were able to determine there was not an immediate threat to the public. At that point, we put a shelter-in-place order out and then told everyone to turn off their heating. We don't want to draw fresh air into the house that may actually have the fumes in it. Air quality testing later confirmed there was no threat to the public, and ultimately the shelter-in-place order was lifted. Crews are now working to clean up the mess. Todd County Judge Executive told reporters he's thankful this derailment happened in a rural area, that no one on the train or in the community ultimately was injured. Very, very thankful. This all happened about a mile west from downtown Trenton. Trenton's a small community, but had the event happened right there, he said it could have been catastrophic. CSS released a statement about the derailment that says crews are on scene working as safely and quickly as possible to clean up the impacted site. The primary focus is on the health and safety of the on-site staff and personnel, surrounding community, and mitigating potential risk to the environment. Cause is under investigation, but all right, it's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
So obviously, it's been a very difficult year in the trucking biz across the board. Still essentially thinning the field. The number of trucks on the road. The boom in trucking that went off the charts during the pandemic as everybody was shopping from home. Freight rates went through the roof. Everybody and their brother jumped in the truck. Now we've been, 2.5, 3 years nearly? Post-pandemic, still trying to get the equilibrium of supply and demand, the amount of trucks versus the amount of freight that's available. The latest casualty right here to close out the year, a North Carolina trucking company with 89 trucks and 90 drivers abruptly ceased operations over the Christmas holiday, leaving drivers, owner-operators, mechanics, office staff suddenly unemployed, according to multiple reports from employees and industry sources. A company known as Queen Transportation out of Hickory, North Carolina, apparently notified employees on Thursday and Friday that they were closing, terminating employment effective immediately, according to posts from workers as well as family members of employees. A LinkedIn post said the shutdown obviously caught workers off guard during the holiday break, prompted appeals to the trucking community to help displaced drivers find a job. The FMCSA records show Queen Transportation remains listed as an active interstate carrier with operating authority for property freight as of December 28. 89 power units employing approximately 90 drivers. The SAFER database did not list an out-of-service order against the carrier at the time of the publication here, but just blindsided over the Christmas weekend. Yeah, Merry Christmas, right? And then more on this whole debacle in Minnesota, the fraud that is, it's turning out to be much larger than anyone could have ever imagined, apparently. Remember early in the year, right after the president was sworn in and Elon Musk was leading the charge with Doge, talking about fraud. This past day, Elon shared a post which says, "As I was saying in February of this year, at this point, I am 100% certain the magnitude of the fraud in federal entitlements, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, welfare, disability, I am 100% certain it exceeds the combined sum of every private scam you've ever heard of by far. It's not even close." Now, the amount of fraudulent billing in Minnesota's Medicaid programs could be as high as $9 billion, according to the U.S. Attorney Joe Thompson. FBI Director Kash Patel announced that they already were sending additional resources in, saying the deployment occurred before that 42-minute video of the independent journalist, which has gone viral, Nick Shirley, shared visiting those various daycare centers. Thompson described the situation as involving industrial-scale fraud. When I say significant amount, I'm talking on the order of half or more, but we'll see. When I look at the claims, the data and the providers, I see more red flags than I see actual legitimate providers. So he's saying, I guess we send something about $18 billion into that state on 14 different programs. He's saying he thinks more than half of that is all fraud. He highlighted the autism, the housing services, all these programs being flagged. Somalia, the country's gross domestic product was $11.97 billion last year. Now, the whistleblowers in Maine, as well as Ohio, have alleged similar schemes by Somali scammers have been taking place in those states as well. Previously, Immigration and Customs Enforcement surged into Minneapolis to target illegal immigrants from Somalia after reports of at least $1 billion in fraud. Some of the stolen funds were actually going back to the radical terrorist group Al-Shabaab, which prompted the probe by the Treasury Department. But in that video, which I had shared a number of clips, I finally did get to see those this past day, where he's actually, they're going door to door, multiple daycare centers that are being run by these Somalis. And there's no kids. You're knocking on the door, and in most cases, nobody would let them in. In cases where someone did come to the door, they would not allow them in, but they're asking, where are the children? There's no kids. But on a daily basis, these daycare centers are billing the government for the cost of caring for, in many cases, 75 children at this facility, 108 children at this facility. And it's billions of dollars when all is said and done. That leads us this past day where the post from, Deputy Secretary of Health and Human Services says, quote, "We've turned off the spigot and we're finding the fraud." Against the blatant fraud that appears to be rampant in Minnesota and around the country. Number one, I have activated our Defend the Spend system for all ACF payments starting today. All ACF payments across America will require a justification and a receipt or photographic evidence before we send money to a state. Alex Adams and I have identified the individuals in Nick Shirley's excellent work. I have demanded from Governor Walz a comprehensive audit of all of these centers. That includes attendance records, licenses, complaints, investigations, and inspections. Thirdly, we have launched a dedicated fraud reporting hotline and an email address at childcare.gov. Whether you are a parent, provider, or member of the general public, we want to hear from you. Again, we've turned off the money spigot, and we're finding the fraud. So all these daycare centers are going to be thoroughly audited, investigated, and I shudder to think the numbers that will ultimately be coming out of this investigation.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services has frozen all child care payments to Minnesota amid reports of widespread fraud. Deputy Secretary Jim O'Neill says all federal payments now require proof of use, and Minnesota centers will face a full audit. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky told Fox News he does not trust Vladimir Putin, claiming the Russian leader is not looking out for Ukraine's best interests.
I don't trust Putin, and he doesn't want success for Ukraine, really. He doesn't want.
Zelensky says Putin simply wants to avoid pressure from President Trump, who says a peace deal is close after a productive phone call with Putin last week. A new report says a U.S. land strike in Venezuela was carried out by the CIA.
CNN is reporting a CIA drone hit a remote dock on the Venezuelan coast earlier this month. The network cites sources saying the U.S. believed the facility was being used by the Tren de Aragua gang as part of its operation to store and ship drugs. The report says no one was at the facility when the strike happened and there were no casualties. President Trump says the U.S. had targeted a dock connected to drug trafficking, but did not go into specifics. I'm Jim Roop.
A transcript related to a closed-door hearing in the case of the man accused of assassinating conservative activist Charlie Kirk will be made public.
Monday, Judge Tony Graff said the transcript and audio from the hearing will be released in about 2 weeks after the redactions are completed. It comes from a hearing in late October where Graff listened to arguments over whether Tyler Robinson can wear plain clothing during any court appearance. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Millions are facing severe winter weather to end the year. About 67 million people in the Northeast and New England are under wind threats, while areas near Lakes Ontario and Erie could see 1 to 2 feet of lake-effect snow. The storm comes as Americans travel ahead of the New Year's Eve holiday. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
37-year-old David Paul of Kipnuk, Alaska, has been sentenced to more than 200 years in prison for sexually assaulting 6 minors. Court records show Paul was convicted on 17 counts tied to crimes from 2006 to 2013. His 263-year sentence is among the longest in Alaska state history. A Washington State Patrol trooper has filed a lawsuit alleging discrimination, retaliation, and harassment.
Colin Pearson's worked as a WSP trooper for 19 years. The lawsuit names WSP, a sergeant, and another trooper. It alleges there's been a pattern of discriminatory and unconstitutional treatment because he is gay, creating what he describes as a hostile work environment. He says it cost him a job with another police department. The lawsuit seeks damages for lost pay, emotional distress, and harm to his professional reputation. I'm Brad Ford.
Influenza activity is surging nationwide amid holiday gatherings and travel.
The CDC says there have been at least 4.6 million confirmed cases so far this flu season, 49,000 hospitalizations, and more than 1,900 deaths. Most are linked to subclade K, a mutant strain of H3N2, which is linked to influenza A. The CDC has labeled flu activity very high in New York and New Jersey, which have both announced record weeks. Rhode Island, Louisiana, and Colorado also have very high flu activity. I'm Michael Kastner.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388. All right, back at it for another round here on our New Year's Eve edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Well, in New Orleans, word comes down, National Guard arrived this past day to help with safety measures ahead of the New Year's celebrations, as city officials still trying to find permanent security solutions nearly a year after that terror attack on Bourbon Street left 14 people dead, recall. That's the man that drove around the police barricade in the early hours of January 1, revealing some of the security vulnerabilities surrounding the famous street filled with bars, brass bands, playing on the cobblestone corners, party goers. Louisiana officials said the popular tourist destination is safe. They've implemented additional measures to crack down on potential threats. While families of deceased victims alleged not enough's been done to prevent this from happening again. All right. Again, it's hard to believe it's been a year. In the wake of the rampage, city officials, state agencies, law firms representing victim families launched investigations. Could this have been prevented? Focused on the street's bollard system. Steel columns designed to block cars from entering the thoroughfare, which apparently they were being replaced at the time. It doesn't say how many guard members have rolled in there, but additional security on the streets. And obviously, bolstered security for many of these big celebrations all around the country. You just never know where the next whacked out nut job is going to try to do some harm. What do you say, horse feathers?
Now, what does that mean? Your last comment there. You never know where your next whacked out nut job, and then you come to me. Well, what does that mean, Your Honor?
There was no correlation there. No intentions. No.
All right, just checking here. So hey, Mike, what? Huh? Is it Happy Casual Friday? Is that what we're doing now?
Kind of like a casual Friday. You remember?
Or are we going to do? Hey, we got Becky all screwed up here because Becky ain't gonna know what to even do with it. You're doing Casual Friday. Some of us got to do, hey, Mike, what day, hump day, and I don't know. I don't know where everybody else is.
You remember the issue you had with your phone? Was that last night? It sounds like it. It sounds like it's back because it's going click, click, click. The TikTok, which is going to drive us nuts. Dial us back up, which I'm sure he will do. In the meanwhile, morning scrapyard.
What's happening, Captain? I'm trying to get this thing back to the yard so I can go home and hide. Hide until Thursday, and hopefully all the drunks will be passed out and hung over later on. So on that iguanas down there in Florida, that's chicken of the trees, and it ain't half bad. And I've had it before. That's iguana tacos, and actually, some restaurants down there are serving it quite like daily down there in Florida. But on the exotic animals in Florida, it's not the amount that are down there wasn't due to people turning them out. It's like over 95% was due to hurricanes and tornadoes and the storm surges that come along, destroying personal residences where people have pets, but also these breeding centers for the pet trade or the medical trade.
Yeah.
And, where the mainstay of, or where the main amount came from, them getting out. I mean, hell, like in Florida now, they had one center, I forgot the name of the town, that got hit by a tornado, and it released a lot of venomous snakes from around the world, and some of them were even king cobras, and they forgot what county it was, what town, but yeah, they were running loose, and they never did account for all of them. But like the manatees are in trouble down there now because of the fish, because every canal down there, every canal is just absolutely shot full of various tropical species. But the plecostomus, the armored catfish, a plico as it's known in the aquarium trade, these warm water springs where the manatees go in the wintertime to survive the frigid temperatures, that the plecos have eaten up all the vegetation that they've been dependent on. There's been apparently state groups that go down in there at these warm water springs and go there and having to feed the manatees, because all the vegetation, the various mosses and water plants have been stripped out that the manatee depends on, especially in the winter months. And yeah, it's I mean, hell, they've even got down there now these crocodile farms that they had in Florida for the leather trade, and they they had saltwater crocodiles there to begin with, but they imported for these farms were Nile crocodiles, and they get monsters like 24 feet long. Well, they created a super croc. They got out and bred with the salties, and like 29 foot long and several tons, and they're working hard trying to identify and kill those out down there, because being a hybrid, they can breed back. They're not sterile, but they can breed back and all, and females could even lay eggs without a male even around. And parthenogenesis and all that, a lot of reptiles can do that, and crocodiles and alligators are one that can do that. And so that's where 95% or greater and all the exotic species invasive was due to the storms, natural disasters, and all that. Basically set them free. That's why we got a problem here in Arkansas with those hybrid super hogs, hogzillas.
Yeah.
That these hunting ranches, hunting clubs not bringing in the Eurasian boar, which is bad enough on its own, but they had these high fences and tornadoes and such come through and dropping big trees on these high fences that kept them contained when they crossed up with the razorbacks, and it's quite common down here to see 1,000-pound hog, and they'll kill and eat a man. I've dealt with them more than once out in the woods, especially along the Washita River and the little Missouri River bottoms. It's pretty bad when you see a hog bigger than a black bear. And they'll like my little old car, and I've seen them where the top of their back was taller than the bottom of my windows on that Nissan Versa. That'll really get your attention. And a friend of my cousin down there totaled out his Mack truck on one of them. He's driving a log truck, and he's coming up around Bern, Arkansas, or Bernie, and one of those super hogs ran out in front of him. He was loaded, hit the darn thing, and it totaled out his Mack tractor.
Wow. Monster.
Yeah, that's great big huge devils. But on that Zelensky issue, still there?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought I lost you there. On that Zelensky issue, it wasn't widely reported. It was either 23 or 24. Zelensky got his wife and kids out of the country. They were basically shuttling around Europe trying to hide them. And in France, they caught 3 Russian agents that were either going to attempt to either kidnap or kill his wife and kids. So, yeah, there's not much trust there.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't widely reported, but in my circles and all that, someone passed that information on to me. So that, somebody goes after my wife and kids, I'm not going to be very forgiving. So it's quite understandable.
Undoubtedly.
Yeah. All right, well, I'll get out of your hair and let somebody else jump in for a change.
Well, have a good morning. Happy New Year if we don't talk to you before.
And Happy New Year to you, sir.
Scrapyard, thanks for being part of the show. All right, take 2 here. Mike.
Man, hopefully this is a little better. Maybe we were on hold too long there with the cell towers or something. Switched too many cell towers.
The TikTok is gone, so yes, much better.
Yeah. I'm assuming that we traveled through too many cell tower ranges there. So, anyways, speaking of cell towers, I guess they're having a heck of a problem up there. The companies wanting to put up these solar farms up there in upstate New York there. I guess they figured out that if they go around to all the little towns, they can pick on all the little towns and bully the town boards and the farmers and everybody and force them into letting them put all these solar farms up and take away all the farm and croplands and stuff. So I guess it's a pretty good fight going on up there for that type of stuff. So let's see. Was that flow racing thing you're talking about? Was that something that I sent you? I sent you something there. There was a live feed that I've come across there on Facebook. Their flow racing site. They put up a lot of live events on. You don't have to pay to watch. So I guess if you're on Facebook, they show some of it. I imagine they don't show everything that they do on their regular TV channel, but anyways, there. But you said you got an antenna for your TV. Don't you have it put up yet?
Yes, it is connected. I don't know that I know how to use the damn thing yet or not, as far as the TV's concerned.
All right. Yeah, well, it's really not that hard. You go into your settings there, and you go to the inputs, and the input will ask you, you select the one that's the antenna, and then it'll just have you scan the channels. And once you scan the channels, you can lock them in. And if there's stuff there you don't want, you can actually manually go through and select and deselect and put all the channels you either want or don't want. But yeah, it's only about a 5-minute setup at the most, probably there once you get into your TV settings. So if you got it plugged in and ready to go, it shouldn't be too hard a deal. What else we got going for you there? I guess we got about the same weather as we talked about before there, high in somewhere around 30, maybe just over 30, and lows down in 20s, and still got a pretty decent breeze blowing here. So they're actually still talking about wind chill going on down into the teens. So we're still kind of chilly here. If you're out anywhere, the open air can be moving a little bit. And I guess a little bit of local Maryland news is if you want to bring your illegal drugs and shoot yourself up there with them and take a chance of overdosing, I guess the mayor of Baltimore there, he wants to set up drug-safe zones there, houses or whatever that you can bring your illegal drugs into and shoot yourself up and overdose, and you'll be monitored so that when you're about ready to die, they'll come in and they'll save you.
They'll Narcan you.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't know how many times in a row you can do it or something like that, but I've heard some of these people that when they've overdosed like that and they have the emergency responders come and give them the Narcan and, save their lives. Now, I hear some of them actually get mad at the first responders for saving them because they paid good money for those illegal drugs, and now they ruined their high. What? I don't know, Your Honor. So anyways, I guess our tax dollars they want our tax dollars to go to that. And speaking of, waste and medical fraud and stuff and fraud with Medicare, Medicaid, I had a little procedure done there. I mean, it was a tiny procedure. I went to a dermatologist there. I had a spot on my ear. I'm a ball cap wearer, I don't know if, how many people out there that really know. But anyways, I'm a ball cap wearer. I'm not really a big floppy hat wearer, so I don't have the big wide brim always protecting myself from the sun and everything. So I had this one kind of like dry spot on my ear that kind of flaked off and come back and flake off. And I don't know, not a big thing, probably not as big as your fingernail. And probably about maybe even half the size of your fingernail at the most. And so I go to a dermatologist, and they take this freezing stuff, kind of like canned air that you blow your keyboard, your computer keyboard off with, and they do the quick little freeze thing with it. They charge like $250 for the quick little blast of freezing, and it was like another $450 or $500 for the provider. It was supposed to be a medical doctor, and I always saw a physician's assistant. Well, what kind of fraud do you think that is on that bill? It was like an $800 or $900 bill for seeing somebody for 15 minutes. How does that calculate? So I don't know. Sounds to me like it's not just in the daycare out there in Minnesota. I think it's pretty rampant everywhere, and anything that tax dollars get turned out to, I think we got a lot of rampant waste out there. And I don't know. Maybe we need to bring Elon Musk back, have him do some more work there. They still have that Doge department open? I mean, are those kids still there?
It's a good question.
Pushing their...
I haven't heard anything about. Because when Elon left, Doge was still supposed to be doing their thing, but that's a good question.
Yeah. And I don't know. I sent you a thing there. There was another radio program that I caught something from, kind of came across, and apparently one of your state representatives has a lot to do in the trucking industry and stuff like that. I sent you a screenshot from it. I didn't know if there's any way to find out a little bit more about that gentleman there from your state. See what he's got going on and what he's looking at trying to do for the trucking industry. But I sent that to you in one of the emails I sent to you. It was a screenshot from something else there. So, but anyways, other than that, I guess that's about all we got going for you. I guess I missed a phone call from the monkey tickler.
Yes. Heard from the gouger.
Yeah, so is he out there pushing his button or whatever it was he was supposed to be doing?
He did not take that job. He actually had a individual he knew that runs a farm, and he's been working harder than he would be if he was a truck. He's running like combine equipment and harvesting cotton and harvesting this and working the farm.
Oh boy, he should have known better than to go be a farmer from a truck driver. That's definitely a harder job. I could have told him that. He didn't even need to go do that. He could just ask me. But now, so I guess what he's doing all right then. He's keeping himself, and well, it's probably easier than what Miss Debbie'd be having him doing. If he was back at the house, I bet you she'd have him working harder than he is there working on the farm. But but anyways, so no, good to hear that. But I guess other than that, I guess everybody have a happy New Year, and because we're at about the end of this, and so we'll come back Monday and start all over again in the new year and see where we're at. But everybody take care, have a safe and happy New Year, and we'll talk to you all later.
Anybody got any of those New Year's traditions? I know I don't know, is it a Southern thing where they do the black-eyed peas, or is that everywhere? I had never really heard of it till I hooked up with the Georgia peach there, the princess. Black-eyed peas. What are some of the other traditions? According to Simplistically Living, supposed to eat greens for wealth and abundance for your New Year's. Supposed to make noise at midnight. That's to scare away bad luck. Clean your home before New Year's for a clean slate. So you open your doors or windows at midnight to let out the old year. It's too cold for that. Carry money or coins in your pocket for financial luck. Wear something new for fresh beginnings. Of course, a kiss at midnight for good luck in love. And never heard of eat 12 grapes at midnight to bring luck each month of the year. All right, some traditions from around the world. All right, it is 844-844-3388. We're getting close to news break, so it looks like Brother Rambler will be checking in for one last time in 2025. See what he has on his mind. Gilligan, got you on tap here as well. And room for you at 844-844-3388. Guess we should give this guy a Dumbass of the Week nominee. Wonder if he could speak English. California Highway Patrol ultimately assisting a semi-truck driver who became stuck on a closed road in the Sierra Nevada on Christmas Eve, no less. Troopers at the Highway Patrol's Grass Valley Division responding to a closed road in a very rural area of Sierra County to assist a semi-truck, a driver who chose to ignore the signs and follow his GPS during a snowstorm. They said the driver was actually fortunate to have warm clothes, food, water, plenty of fuel, and help on their way. Troopers offered the following advice. Do not get yourself in this kind of situation this winter. Several important lessons to take. And the Highway Patrol Grass Valley hopes the public will keep the following in mind. Do not attempt to bypass chain control by using the side roads. Do not ignore the road closed signs. If your GPS appears to be routing you incorrectly, trust your instincts, because in all likelihood it is. He ended up in the middle of a mountain road out there, stuck in the snow. Remain on the maintained roadways. If you're not properly prepared for winter conditions, simply postpone your travel. This was not the only vehicle that actually became stuck in the snow near this location, according to the Highway Patrol. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services has frozen all child care payments to Minnesota amid reports of widespread fraud. Deputy Secretary Jim O'Neill says all federal payments now require proof of use, and Minnesota centers will face a full audit. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky told Fox News he does not trust Vladimir Putin, claiming the Russian leader is not looking out for Ukraine's best interests.
I don't trust Putin, and he doesn't want success for Ukraine, really. He doesn't want.
Zelensky says Putin simply wants to avoid pressure from President Trump, who says a peace deal is close after a productive phone call with Putin last week. Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 95 points. The S&P 500 lost 9 points, and the Nasdaq dropped 55 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. TEL's independent owner-operator program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry, you can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive. Just rolling through some of our comments coming in from some of our listening friends. No Snow Joe in Florida. It's almost cold enough to snow. 35 degrees in Live Oak, Florida. That was about an hour ago. James says the ground just moved in Northern California. 5.3 magnitude near Susanville. To which I did a quick search, and that's about all the details I'm seeing here. 5.3 striking Susanville, California. California time, it would have been late Tuesday night. Let's see, quake was a depth of 2.9 miles. So I don't know. That's pretty shallow, isn't it? See if I can get more on that. That's strong enough to feel, that's for sure. Go again. Good morning, Steve. Fellow listeners driving in the moonlight in Mayberry, a.k.a. Mount Airy, North Carolina. 30 degrees. Had a report from another driver. Got some snow showers south of Whiteville, Virginia on I-81. Hey, everybody have a safe, happy new year. Keep it shiny side up. All right, there's Tony. Hello, Steve, and the entire Hot Shots Nation from southern Illinois along the banks of the Ohio River. 27 degrees. Stay safe this coming new year. All right, thanks for being a part of the show. Billy, hello, Steve, the overnight drive. 27 degrees, Beulahville, North Carolina. We're headed up to Gettysburg. And then back down to Jacksonville, North Carolina. Happy Hump Day. All right, Brother Rambler joins us here. Well, New Year's Eve is upon us. Good morning.
Well, good morning, Steve, and hello, God's children, listening to us far and wide as I come to you from the Wiregrass part of the great state of Alabama tonight. Coming to you from Highway 134 in between Headland and Ozark, out here in the middle of peanut country. So we're happy to be on the air with you. Praise God, and I'm glad you have made a choice to give this wonderful Top 50 radio show, this podcast, a great shot tonight. Speaking of shots, man, I tell you what, if you hadn't done this yet, Steve, got to give Hot Shot a chance, man, especially with the gasoline and diesel treatment in these frigid temperatures. Always give it a chance. And I tell you what, I think Susanville is listening to that Peter Frampton song, Do You Feel Like I Do? Because,
right.
Well, you know, either they're listening to Peter Frampton, Do You Feel Like I Do? Or Charlie Daniels, the earth is going to shake like a big rattlesnake. So, well, praise God. Well, look, man, we're just happy to be on the air with you and entertain you and for 5 hours, and that's a long time, but it'll pass the time. And I'm glad we're going to put 2025 behind us, and I'm looking forward to hope I'm not about to lose my signal, so just bear with me if I start going in and out, kind of like that old song your dad used to play.
Right.
You know, your love is like an old radio station, playing my favorite song, fading in, fading out, and then you're gone. Remember Bozo used to play that, and Bozo used to also play, what was it called? One Monkey Can't Stop No Show? Pretty good song as well.
I remember that
But, man, well, look, you do remember that.
I do, yes. Yep.
Yeah, he played that for Maverick when Maverick would call up sometimes. I always, you know, back in the day when I would call and man, you know, you and your dad would be cranking out the hits. I always like to request that song by Deborah Allen called "Rock Me in the Cradle of Love." For some odd reason, that song just put me in a driving mood. So. If you got Apple Music, Spotify, or YouTube Music, whatever you want to listen to, just go give that one a shot. Deborah Allen, "Rock Me in the Cradle of Love." Good song. But, Steve, I pray your Christmas was good. My Christmas was very, very great. You know, we celebrated the birth of our Lord Jesus Christ. Of course, we celebrate him, the birth, death, and resurrection of our Lord Jesus every single day that I wake up and breathe air. I'm celebrating it because I'm thankful that he was born. I'm thankful that he went to the cross, and I'm thankful that the grave couldn't hold him there, that he was resurrected. And, you know, a lot of us had a bad time in 2025. This past Sunday at Determined Ministries Church, which you can go find us on Facebook, we go live at 5 o'clock Central Standard Time every Sunday, and we'd love to have you come on and join us. We talked about a very sensitive, a lot of preachers don't talk about this, but this is what the Lord told me to study, and I just let him have it. Steve, we talked about suicide. And if you're listening to me right now, and you've had a bad 2025, you've had some bad times, you don't feel comfortable talking to anybody, I want to put this number out there, Steve. This number, you can call or text this number. It's 988. 988. You can call or text, and there's someone that will definitely hear what you have to say. So please, please, don't give that a second thought. Put 2025 behind you. You know, the Bible tells me a man with his hand to the plow looking back's not fit for the kingdom of God. So we can't look back no more. We got to press on. We got to press towards the mark. We got to press on. And I'm looking forward to a 2026. I'm looking forward to a productive 2026 for our beloved show that we're all a part of. I'm looking for us to, I know we're in the top 50. I think we're number 26. I want us to start moving up into the top 10, and I think we should make that the goal. And the only way that we're going to make that a goal is listeners. And that comes with sharing. Steve, we do this every Sunday at Determined Ministries Church. I encourage our audience to share, because that's how you get the gospel out there. Well, if you're watching Steve Sommers on Facebook right now, why aren't you sharing? Why are you keeping this national treasure to yourself? Let's share the show, get it out there. Matter of fact, you should share it right now. If you're watching Steve Sommers, and if you go to the bottom left-hand corner, you'll see an arrow. If you click that arrow, that shares this show right now, live, on air, and it goes live to your Facebook feed, or you can share it to Instagram or anything else. So do it. Let's get the show out there. Let's get the word out that there is a overnight show that doesn't talk about Bigfoot and aliens and stuff like that. That talks about trucking, news, politics, and so many other things. So just hey, look, give us a chance. And don't be scared to call. You should make that New Year's resolution to make it a point. I'm going to call Steve Sommers in 2026. And look, Steve's easy to talk to. Matter of fact, I will be honest. I consider you one of my very great friends. And you're easy to talk to. I mean, of course, I'm not like Sundance or some of the others that get your blood pressure up, but you're pretty easy to talk to. So all you have to do is call that number 844-844-3388. And if you're a first-time caller, man, you get a $60 voucher good for Hot Shot on their website, hotshotsecret.com, and you just can't beat that. You really can't. I heard, I missed Monkey Gouger's call, but I heard Gilligan, his alter ego, Charlie Farquharson, and Left Nut Dangling's brother, Right Wing Nut, call in last night talking about singing Christmas carols. And don't they realize that Christmas is over?
Something about they got into the elixir on Christmas Eve and just woke up.
I think that elixir was mixed with antifreeze. Because yeah, they just woke up. Kind of like Rip Van Winkle. Except they didn't take a 40-year nap underneath the tree. They just slept all through Christmas. Before I get off here, I don't know if anyone is aware, but Brain Dead has been in the hospital.
I hadn't mentioned that, but I did get the email. I forgot to mention that.
Yes, he's got an infection in his, I believe, in his big toe. And I want to just put this disclaimer out there. If you're a diabetic, like I'm a type 2 diabetic, Brain Dead's a type 2 diabetic, man, check your feet, please, because that's how diabetic ulcers start. You don't want that, because when ulcers start, or you start having problems with neuropathy, or you get an ulcer, that's a pretty good chance you could lose your foot. Mm-hmm. And we don't want that to happen to you. So make sure you're checking your feet. If you're, and I'm not picking on no one, if you're kind of on the rotund side, have someone, your wife, your kids, someone help check your feet for you, monitor your feet, eat right. Let's do good in 2026. Let's get on the Ozempic. Let's get on the Mounjaro. Or if you don't feel comfortable doing that, let's ask the Lord Jesus Christ to give you some willpower to push away from the table, lose the necessary pounds. Let's get healthy. Let's be happy. And by the way, I do eat collard greens and black-eyed peas. That is a Southern tradition. And I think it's maybe a United States tradition. But, Steve, we've been doing that since I was a youngin'. And we still do it today. I like making mine called Hoppin' Johns. So I will have my crock pot out before I leave. I will have my peas in it before I leave out, because I will be working New Year's Eve night. Have that leftover ham bone soaking in it, and we're going to be looking forward to a brand new year. Hopefully, Alabama will beat Indiana. We'll go on to play the winner of Oregon and Texas Tech. Praying to God we can go on and hopefully play and win a national championship. I just heard a lot of laughter, but that could happen.
Mm-hmm.
And before I get off here, a little public service announcement. The Tennessee Bowling Queers got beat tonight. Just wanted to throw that out there for Eric Cox and Brain Dead.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Lord. But everyone, be safe. And one more PSA announcement. If you're going to be lighting off fireworks, please do not put the mortars on top of your head, on your chest, or anywhere else on your body. Because we want you to be alive in 2026, and we don't want you to be maimed. We want you to have all your body parts, all your extremities. So be responsible, and remember our veterans and our animals who are scared to death of fireworks. Other than that, Steve, brother, listen, I love you, man. I do. I know that 2025 for your family hadn't been the best. I know you lost Forrest Frakes. You lost Uncle Fred Blankenship, and I know there's probably some others. So what was her name?
Polly.
Lord have mercy.
Polly.
Thank you, Holly. That we had prayed for. I know that was tough, and Steve, they're in heaven right now, and they're rejoicing. And I want us to look forward to 2026. Let's put all that behind us. Let's look forward, as Philippians chapter 3, verse 13 and 14 says, I press towards the mark of the high prize of the calling of Jesus Christ. Let's press on. And I love you, God's children. And I leave you with this, and that is love. Love is more than just a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, Brother Rambler can love you, and I do, and come on and visit us this Sunday, Determined Ministries Church. And do not forget to go to overnightdriveradio.com for all your Steve Sommers swag. We love you. God bless, and Happy New Year.
There you go. Thank you, Brother Rambler. Happy New Year to you. Yeah, I had printed up that email from Brain Dead. I kind of wondered why we hadn't heard from him this week. But let me see here. Morning, Steve. On behalf of the Dingy One and I, we wish you a Merry New Year. I'll get it right. Well, I'm spending another night in the hospital, and maybe through the new year. I had a toe that got infected as I either stepped on something, but I can't remember. Took some x-rays along with an MRI, a lot of antibiotics. I'll be listening to the replay in the morning and catch up on what's happened on the show. Before I forget, I saw this while being bored this past day. What do? Sitting in a hospital bed, right? And that was an update out of South Haven, Mississippi. According to the report, XAI announced a third location in the Mid-South. Elon Musk naming the facility Macro Harder in a post on X. Said it will take training computing to almost 2 gigawatts. This is going to be on State Line Road in South Haven, Mississippi, across from the existing power center on Stanton Road there. The other 2 XAI facilities named Colossus 1 and Colossus 2 are at Tulane Road and Paul Lowry Road. So more data processing centers, which translates to me to more gobbling up electricity consumption coming to Mississippi. All right, we'll return in 2.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Everybody knows New York City does it up big for the new year. The big New Year's Eve party. Another very, very popular destination for New Year's Eve is partying in Las Vegas. According to the city, the game plan for the Vegas New Year's Eve is officially set. Everything you need to know about ringing in the new year. Downtown at the Fremont Street Experience, revelers will celebrate their way to midnight during Countdown Under the Canopy with music, energy, non-stop vibes. Yes, indeed. Whether you're watching downtown or on the Strip or from the comfort of home, fireworks will light up the night sky across Las Vegas. The Plaza Hotel and Casino will shine on downtown, while the Strip will be rocking into 2026 Vegas style with a fireworks launch from 10 different resorts. Treasure Island, Planet Hollywood, Caesars Palace, Resorts World, the Venetian, Palms Casino, the Fontainebleau, the MGM Grand, the Strat, and the Aria. So, fireworks blasting from the rooftops of all the big casinos. If you stay home, you can also watch the fireworks show live on City of Las Vegas TV on YouTube. The Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority has also confirmed a special drone presentation, and the Sphere will host hourly countdowns for cities around the world starting at 5 a.m. this Wednesday morning, leading all the way to the midnight hour in Las Vegas. They said more than 340,000 people are expected to be there taking part in the festivities. So plan ahead. Please celebrate responsibly. Yeah, the fireworks, and that's an awesome display coming from the rooftops on the Las Vegas Strip there. Magnificent sight. What's going on, Gilligan?
Oh, not much, Steve. Just driving up I-77, almost back to 81 here in Virginia, eating my Razy Cup.
There you go.
Well, you cut Wright and Charlie off last night a little early. They was about done because I don't know whether you heard Wright say that lady was bringing them out a plate of cookies. Well, come to find out, wasn't a plate of cookies. I guess they were still a little gas. It was a taser. I got rid of them, I bet. The darn girls tased the heck out of them. Gee, I guess that serves them right, trying to sing Christmas carols off key, and neither one singing the same song.
Right.
I mean, they mixed up an extra batch of that cough syrup, and I don't know how they got it that strong, but I know they were laying around there for 3 or 4 days. Just, I don't know. They'd wake up a little bit and they'd take another drink. Yeah. Well, I have a report here of New Year's resolutions for some of your regular callers.
Oh, yeah?
All right. My New Year resolution is to improve GMA and BS Enterprises products. So we're going to hire a desk man to listen to all our products along with the lineman to visually inspect them. So that should help to improve our products. Over to Brother Rambler, he has resolved he is no longer going to smoke marijuana. He's going to stick with meth.
Okay.
Now we move over to Pappy. Now Pappy has swore he's no longer going to smoke crack. All he's going to do is snort cocaine. Now Heatwave, I don't know whether you know this, but he's got addicted to these caramel latte frappe things from McDonald's and the Love's truck stops. And he has his resolution is he's going to no longer have rainbow sprinkles put on them.
No more rainbow sprinkles. Okay, well, New Year's resolution. Wait, we have to pause there. As we hit the midnight hour coming up on the West Coast, we'll welcome you into New Year's Eve here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services has halted all child care payments to Minnesota over alleged fraud. Deputy Secretary Jim O'Neill says federal funds will now require receipts or photos. Minnesota centers are going to face a full audit. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz backs criminal action but says the investigation unfairly singles out the state's Somali community. President Trump is warning Iran against rebuilding its nuclear program. While speaking Monday with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Trump said the U.S. would respond if Iran moved forward while urging negotiations and backing potential Israeli strikes. The comments come as Iran faces protests and its currency hits a record low against the dollar. The U.S. military says another alleged drug smuggling boat in the Eastern Pacific has been hit, killing 2 narco-terrorists.
The U.S. Southern Command said on X, forces blew up the boat in international waters and no U.S. service members were injured. The Post also said the boat was operated by a designated terrorist organization, but did not say which terrorist group. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
More musicians are canceling upcoming shows at the Trump Kennedy Center after the board voted to rename the performing arts venue to include President Trump's name.
The jazz band The Cookers, scheduled to perform Wednesday night, hinted at politics as being part of the reason they're canceling. Singer Christy Lee announced on Instagram she's canceling, saying that losing her integrity would cost her more than any paycheck. The Kennedy Center's board voted to add Trump's name earlier this month, with it being added to the building the following day. Several shows and performers have canceled at the center since the name change, including the musical Hamilton and Issa Rae. I'm Jim Roop.
Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 95 points. The S&P 500 lost 9 points, and the Nasdaq dropped 55 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Throughout the weekend, we've had hundreds of crews working to restore power.
Michiganders are digging out of a winter storm that hit the entire state on Monday. Consumers Energy says crews from several states and Canada are helping to restore power after nearly 62,000 customers initially lost electricity. A New Jersey judge has ruled that 2 Clark police officers caught using racial slurs can be fired.
Clark Police Chief Pedro Matos and Sergeant Joseph Teston were secretly recorded using racial slurs, including the N-word. This goes back 5 years. They were suspended but continued to collect their 6-figure salaries and annual bonuses while being investigated. They claim the probe's taken so long they shouldn't face disciplinary charges, but the judge's ruling Tuesday shoots down that claim. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
With flu season starting early and being driven by the new K variant of the influenza A strain, people are paying more attention to what they take if they contract that illness.
Tamiflu is the most prescribed medication to fight the flu, but it's not the only option. There's another antiviral called Xofluza that doctors are recommending for certain patients because it's a 1-dose pill. Tamiflu, which comes in pill or liquid form, typically must be taken twice daily for 5 days, but it can be given to babies and toddlers. Xofluza is approved only for people ages 5 and up. The CDC recommends talking to your doctor about what's right for you. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. All right, so now we can officially say it is New Year's Eve on the West Coast. Countdown clock is ticking. Now, for those heading to New York City, and what are the official numbers? 500,000 people? I don't know, how many people go up there for the celebration on Times Square? Now, little information, they say the official Times Square New Year's Eve celebration is actually free and first come, first served. There are no tickets required to just stand there in Times Square. Yeah, they say the public viewing areas typically open up in the afternoon, and yeah, they fill up quick. But the kicker is, once you enter a viewing area, you can't leave and re-enter. And there are no bathrooms inside, which is absolutely insane. So, plan ahead. I guess that means sales of Depends are very high on New Year's Eve, right? What do you do? Now, they point out if you see tickets for sale, those would be for things like private parties, rooftops, or restaurants, not the official celebration. And she said, I'm sharing this so people know what to expect and don't end up paying for something they don't need. But yeah, if you're going to be in there, you almost have to pay to have access to a facility that actually has restroom access. That does not sound like an enjoyable way to spend New Year's, 6 hours peeing and whatever else in your pants. But thousands are going to do it. That's the drill. All right, meanwhile, we left off there. I think we had a few additional New Year's resolutions. Welcome back, Gilligan.
Yeah. I've often thought that myself, and I've heard them stories that, they put the pants on before they go in there. Mm-hmm. Boy, no thank you. I don't think I'd want to be standing there all that time. Yeah, that does not sound like a pleasant experience. And by the way, we got a report on Buckwheat on that. He's going to a New Year's party, but he's supposed to play the Baby New Year. That's something. I guess he's going to kind of look like Baby Huey from the cartoons. What do you think?
Yep.
Well, we got some more resolutions here. Word has it that Horsefeather's resolution is that he's going to quit passing gas on the D.C. and Baltimore Beltway and stick it up the place. I guess he's going to do it in the surrounding areas, just not on the Beltways.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Knucklebuster's New Year resolution is he's going to quit dating women younger than his daughter. I wonder how long that one's going to last. But on the flip side of that, Captain Ron has said that his resolution, he is no longer going to haul paint. Now, Yeah, I think that was a forced resolution. In a sad way.
Right.
You know, Captain Ron's got a quirky sense of humor anyway. That's why we gotta love him, you know. And best wishes for you, and whatever decision you make there, Captain Ron, we're all praying for you. And you too, Brain Dead, what's going on with you? We're sorry to hear about your troubles, definitely. There's other ones like there's a couple of guys that's called in only a couple times that I know personally. Bronco Man, they're out of Wisconsin. We call him Sport for short because I didn't know whether you knew this, but Bronco Man is big into them little Bronco sports. His New Year's resolution is finally to get below 500 pounds. We wish him the best because he's got a long ways to go. You got Double Trouble down there in Tennessee. Now, he's called in a couple times. He drives for us, same company I do. He's decided he's going to no longer drink beer, Steve. Now, can you imagine that?
How about that?
But his resolution, he's going to start drinking vodka. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Everybody's just trading vices. Have you noticed the pattern?
Yeah, I'm telling you what, it's just a mess, I tell you. But I will hire a death man to listen to all of our products from now on, so we have somebody checking them visually and by sound. So GMA and BS Enterprises quality will go up, I guarantee it. And if you believe that, I got some oceanfront property in Iowa to sell you. I've got some deeds in the safe, folks. I hope everybody...
Happy New Year there, Gilligan. Have a great morning. All right, so the push to get the non-domiciled drivers, the non-English speaking drivers, off the roads in America will continue into the new year. With an announcement this past day, the Department of Transportation says we want unqualified truck drivers off the road, and we want CDL standards to improve. With the announcement Tuesday, $118 million in grants that the agency says are aimed at ramping up commercial motor vehicle enforcement. We are backing aggressive enforcement and empowering states to keep unqualified, unvetted drivers off the road, investing in state-of-the-art technology to make the road safer, and taking care of veterans interested in a career in trucking, says Secretary Sean Duffy. They're offering 3 competitive grant programs. The first will dedicate $71.6 million in high-priority grants to help state and local law enforcement reduce commercial vehicle crashes. Funds will also be awarded for safety data improvement projects, public awareness campaigns, and high-visibility enforcement efforts targeting unsafe driving on high-risk commercial motor vehicle corridors. Another $43.8 million to be awarded for CDL program implementation grants. Those funds intended to help states comply with federal regulations and ensure that the CDL process is secure, accurate, and resistant to fraud. During an interview with Landline earlier this month, the FMCSA Administrator Derek Bars said that improving CDL standards is a priority for the agency. The issue is that it opens the door for a lack of oversight, which opens the door for fraud occurring. People not following the rules because no one's watching. I use the no one's minding the story type of analogy. If nobody's watching, then I'm going to find a way to skirt the system. And that compromises safety. The CDL program implementation grants aim to ensure that only qualified drivers are eligible to receive and retain a commercial license. Another $3.4 million of grant money will be awarded for commercial motor vehicle operator safety training, dedicated to supporting current and former members of the armed forces, including National Guard and reservist and their families by providing them with high-quality, safety-focused commercial driver training. These grants, he said, are about giving our partners the tools they need to be effective, whether it's deploying smart technology to identify unsafe vehicles or auditing CDL programs to prevent fraud. Every dollar is focused on raising the bar for safety and making sure only qualified drivers and compliant vehicles are out there sharing the roads with us. All right, big announcement yesterday. Well, hello, Pappy.
What's happening, Steve? I don't know where Gilligan is getting his information. Maybe he's getting it through the hot wire or something. I don't know. But that would mean that Rambler would have to give up the devil's lettuce. And I don't know if that's going to happen or not.
Right?
You know what I mean? Hey, listen, man. Ain't no excuse for brain dead. Sorry, brain dead. Steve, I was in the hospital. I had this hole in my leg the size of a softball, and I called in. Remember?
Yeah, you did. I do recall, yeah.
I damn sure did. So, come on, brain dead. Hope you get better, bud. Hope you didn't step on a nail or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nah, best wishes to him get better. Hope nothing real complicated there. But, well, Steve, Tampon Tim running his mouth again. You know, Steve, correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't he campaigning on the fact that pushing this free daycare for everybody? Wasn't he one of them campaigning on that?
If memory serves, I think I know Mom Dommy in New York was the free daycare and free everything.
Yeah, it was back in the. I wonder why though, Steve. Just wonder why. Then he made another. I saw a video of him claiming that it's white supremacy, Steve. Steve, do you think it was really the Somalians that came up with this idea? I seriously doubt it. I doubt the Somalians came up with this plan. It was probably the deep state, the D.C. swamps, the Minnesota swamp. We'll see. Other than that, Steve, ready to rock into a new year, man. Ready to put 2025 behind us, roll into 2026, get the first 4 months over with, and it's all downhill, my man. All downhill.
You're counting down the days, right?
Yes, sir. So, really about all I got, Steve, other than, glad to hear everybody calling in. Man, was glad to hear Monkey Gouger. About time. Man picks up the phone. Good to hear from him. So, are you going out? You stay in, lighting some firecrackers off? What are you going to do?
You know what? I got some goodies left over from the 4th. I might light a few crackers off. Got a few mortars. Otherwise, I mean, we all been down with the creepy crud. Normally, we'd maybe go over to the neighbors. Some of our neighbors all get together. Last year we did, and I don't think nobody wants to come here. Lisa's feeling better. My mom's still feeling like really, really bad, apparently. So.
Oh man, hope she pulls through that with no more issues. I mean, man, yeah, that flu, man, it's just weird, man. Sometimes it'll really kick your ass, and other times, it'll bother you a couple days. And
that was me. I mean, I got sick a day after Lisa, and then I was feeling a whole lot better the day before. She said she finally started feeling better this past day. So,
man, knock on wood. Steve, I keep a little container of wipes and disinfectant wipes in the back of my car, and Ever since COVID, I got, man. So I don't know if you know, they moved I'm not working out of the main district anymore up there on Hamilton Avenue. They moved us out in Harrison. Got a substation out there now.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. But several months ago. So I usually don't make that trip up 275 anymore, passing Cross County Highway. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But with that said, when I was up there, I mean, we got these electronic doors, but you still got to pull the door handles open. You got to hit the code to get in, but you still got to grab the door handle. So when I come in, man, I park that car, get a disinfectant wipe out of there, stick it in my back pocket. When I walked into the district, I punched the code holding that disinfectant, right, and grab the knobs. Who knows how many people walking in and out of that daggone building every day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, I mean, knock on wood, I ain't been really like sick in a long time. Never did catch COVID. Man, Steve, I don't know if you heard this too. I forget what they call it now. So when you can test for COVID, right, when they swab you, and that test can be manufactured to hit let me explain it like this. It's like a metal detector.
Mm-hmm.
You ever used a metal detector?
Mm-hmm.
So you can turn the sensitivity up or down on that thing, right, to where you turn it all the way up. You can point it up at the sky and it'll start beeping, right? So that's what they did on these tests, Steve. They turned the sensitivities up to where you're getting all these false positives. It's exactly what they did. That's been proven. I heard them talking about it. So they can manipulate them tests like that. So if they want 9 out of 10 people to be tested COVID for positive, right, and just crank up the sensitivity. Shenanigans. Hopefully, Steve, this new year will be the end of all maybe this craziness. I don't know if it's going to get worse or going to get better, but hopefully this country and the values that this country stands for will get back on track.
Yeah.
Right? So, all right, brother. I'm sure we'll talk at you next year. Everybody have a safe New Year's. Don't drive drunk. Call a friend. And everybody enjoy themselves, Steve. We'll talk at you next year. I appreciate you taking
All right.
the call.
Happy New Year, Pappy. There you go. All right. We got a little bit of an update this past day. It's been a difficult couple weeks in the NASCAR community, of course. First, of course, the plane going down with Greg Biffle and his family. Then Denny Hamlin's mother and father being caught in the house fire. Father perished. Have not seen an update on how his mom's doing in that case. But the plane crash with Greg Biffle, his family, 3 others, obviously has friends and family heartbroken. But some of them have now spoke to various media outlets. The U.S. Sun reports that the doomed flight erupted into a fireball just minutes after takeoff. As we know, Dennis Dutton, a 40-year aviation veteran and recently retired Delta Airlines pilot, and his son Jack, a rising Auburn University junior, who dreamed of following in his father's footsteps, also perished in that crash. Apparently, Jack, the son, had just earned his FAA instrument rating, a milestone that he proudly shared online just weeks before the tragedy. Friends tell the U.S. Sun he had been especially excited about this trip. Now, Dennis had been flying for 40 years. According to a former neighbor, Jonathan Donahue, he said, I imagine it was a mechanical error because he was a great leader, such a positive person, I couldn't imagine anything being his fault. But according to Donahue, the trouble that also claimed the life of Biffle's friend Craig Wadsworth began almost immediately after takeoff. All I know, he said, is there was a large, loud pop, like something broke on the plane at takeoff. And he immediately had to turn around and make an emergency landing. The flight data backs up that account. The Cessna Citation jet climbed sharply, then abruptly turned back toward the airport. Its speed and altitude fluctuated wildly as pilots struggled with poor visibility in low clouds and drizzle. Moments later, the jet clipped light poles, smashed into a tree, and exploding less than a mile from the runway. They say no distress call was ever made. Yeah, for those who knew Dennis, the cruelty of this ending is impossible to accept. Donahue said it's just tragic that he was with his young son as well. This was a second marriage, so now his wife has not only lost her husband, but their only son together at the same time. Jack described to the U.S. Sun as magnetic, hilarious, endlessly passionate about aviation and Auburn football. He wanted to be a pilot since he was out of the womb. Planes were not just a career goal, they were his entire world. Friends say he would spend hours wandering airports just to watch planes take off. One of his longtime buddies said Jack was incredible. He was like a brother all my life. They met in a 6th grade coding class and never looked back. All right. Dennis, meanwhile, was known as the kind of man who never panicked, even when calling into homeowners meetings from Japan during overnight international flights. Donahue said he was positive, enthusiastic, very calm, very experienced. Flying to Asia and back was pretty much routine for him. But when he hit the age of 65, the mandatory retirement age for pilots, Dennis had started to ease into semi-retirement. Flying private jets part-time. Said, I think he was just looking to ease his way into retirement. The airlines require you to retire, but that doesn't mean you stop flying altogether. It's just as far as the commercial flights and the international flights that he was used to doing. So, little by little, details unfold. Something apparently mechanically broke right at takeoff. All right, coming up, we'll check in with the blind man. Who else we got on board? Let me see. Maybe a first-time caller. We'll see coming up here. Meanwhile, if you scour through any sort of social media, Facebook, YouTube, are you noticing how many videos you're now seeing that people are posting that are supposed to be like real-life events, but something's just not right? They're artificially intelligence. It's AI-generated video. They're not real. Just how widespread is that? You might be surprised. All right, we'll give you more details coming up here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services has frozen all child care payments to Minnesota amid reports of widespread fraud. Deputy Secretary Jim O'Neill says all federal payments now require proof of use, and Minnesota centers will face a full audit. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky told Fox News he does not trust Vladimir Putin, claiming the Russian leader is not looking out for Ukraine's best interests.
I don't trust Putin, and he doesn't want success for Ukraine, really. He doesn't want.
Zelensky says Putin simply wants to avoid pressure from President Trump, who says a peace deal is close after a productive phone call with Putin last week. Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 95 points. The S&P 500 lost 9 points, and the Nasdaq dropped 55 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Coming up, some of the other industry headlines. First, let's see what Blind Man has going on as we're ready to wind down another year. Morning, Blind Man.
Hey, good morning, Steve.
Oh, it's been a rough patch for me. I had to go to the emergency room for a medical situation with my catheter. I'm feeling a lot better now. The Big Shot on WCBM decided to do the morning show, so naturally I called in, and to get on the air, I just wanted to salute the truckers, so I snuck your show in. I told them about your show, and why don't you carry it instead of the other show that you got on there. So I've been, bugging CBM. Maybe they'll think about it now.
Right.
Enough people call in. See what else is going on. Oh, really not too much. I'll be seeing my nephew. He's going to. He's found a doctor that's going to do some reconstructive surgery where the radiation destroyed the prostate area. Hope to get that done this coming year.
Mm-hmm.
So that's about all that's really going on. Gilligan said he might come and visit me in the spring. That would really be nice. I'll be glad to see him and Lucy, and he can tell me what's going on with him. So that's about wrap it up. I hope you guys have a happy new year. Just be careful with the drunk drivers out there. My caregiver is coming early today to feed me and make sure I'm okay before she goes home. And I told her I want you to get home before dark because I don't want you out there with the drivers. You know how some are. So anyway, that wraps it up for me. I hope you guys have a happy new year, and yak at you next year.
Well, happy new year to you. Glad you're feeling better, blind man. Continued healing, shall we say. All right, let's see. Is it, who we got on board? Is it Jim?
No, Jaden.
Jaden. Hi there.
Hey, Steve. So I don't got a lot of much for you, but I've been starting to listen to your show while I've been waiting on the call, and I hear that you talk about a lot of things, if I'm right. And one thing I would like to let everybody know is a lot of things that I've noticed is our school board has been failing our kids, and I'm only 23 years old. And I've seen a big difference in our schooling and our education and what we tell our children.
Mm-hmm.
We don't teach our kids what morals are anymore. We don't teach them what fact is between belief. You can believe in that you're going to be a professional football player, but that's not going to be fact if you're not, hitting the weight room, if you're not making yourself fit, if you're not hitting the field and passing the ball around and trying to do your drills.
Sure.
And with it coming into 2026, with all these new parents out there, the parents that are my age that have these young kids, they need to take their education in their own hands.
Mm-hmm.
Teach them what they learned when they were in school. Because their schools now, they're trying to teach their kids like, oh, it's okay if you feel like your gender is not what you actually are.
Right.
I'm not trying to cause any argument with anybody that is in that spectrum and is having those issues. But here's the thing. You were born how you were born. That's fact. That's scientifically proven. And a lot of people want to go to science. So with that being said, please I ask the young generation to take a grip on society because our government is not what it used to be. And I bet you can agree with me on that, Steve. I mean, you look like a very intelligent man. I bet you're only in your 40s, but I mean...
That's a compliment. Well, I'm actually 61, but that's okay. Yeah, I'm...
oh, really?
Yeah.
So you're more wiser than I thought.
So what do you think about the president's plan? And he's got, what's her name, McMahon in there, and they're talking about literally dismantling, the Department of Education at the federal level. Would that benefit? Would that bode well for schools getting back to, I guess, the states and the locals taking control of what's going to be teaching the kids?
No, honestly, I don't think it would. I mean, think about it. The state is what controls in what you pay for. The state is what controls in what you do to be able to survive. So if they're going to control in the education, they can control in what your child is going to believe in, even if it's not true.
Mm-hmm.
On the federal level, it's been the same since the 1800s. It's been teach your kid and how to be smarter and how to be intelligent and how to be, make proper choices in life to better themselves. We used to have very intelligent people that could go from 6th grade level all the way to college, and they didn't even be in college yet because they took the time to actually practice in what they were being taught. Instead of now we got kids that are partying all the time, that are drinking all the time, that are smoking all the time. And don't get me wrong, Steve, when you were young, I bet you knew a bunch of people that went and partied, but they still learned their education.
Sure, right. Well, and when I was, obviously the focus was on the reading, writing, arithmetic, and we actually were taught history. Yeah, we the foundation of the country.
I actually helped this new teacher. She started in Minnesota. She's a new English teacher for 6th graders in Minneapolis. And she came here to Glendive. This is where I live now, is in Glendive, Montana. Beautiful state. And I brought up a concern to her at 23 years old. I said, why aren't you teaching your kids, your students, cursive?
Mm-hmm.
Cursive was an intellect that made you feel good about yourself. It was fancy. It was creativity. And that's the key word. Kids nowadays, they don't have creativity. And one thing that I'm starting to do is I make music for a living, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
And my goal is to help these kids learn that creativity is one of the things that they can help them learn to be better. And one of the things we've lost as a generation is morals, is beliefs, and it's knowing what's fact and what's false, what's opinion.
Well, for 23, Jaden, I think you're off to a pretty darn good start. And I thank you for taking the time to pick up the phone and dial us up from Montana. Hey, first-time caller. I got your number here. We'll get you a $60 voucher to try out our Hot Shot Secret products at hotshotsecret.com. Sounds like you maybe just kind of flipping to maybe YouTube, Facebook, and came across the program. I'm not exactly sure. But as far as the education department, wasn't it just a few weeks ago? Yeah, they said that the presidents, the administration, has pretty much telegraphed that they're going to shutter the education department, kind of transferring responsibilities to other federal agencies. I went back to the report from Politico. 6 department offices will be affected by plans to move operations to 4 separate agencies. This is one of the key steps to fulfilling the president's goal of entirely eliminating the education department, cutting through the layers of the red tape. There in Washington is one of the primary pieces of that final mission. There was a department official that described a series of intergovernmental agreements signed between agencies to execute the plan as a proof of concept strategy to show Congress how it can be done. Now, those departments will work with the lawmakers on making these agreements permanent, as they say. But right now, responsibility for administering what is tens of billions of dollars to school-related spending is set to be spread across the federal government. The Education Department's Office of Elementary and Secondary Education, as well as its post-secondary education office, will move to the Labor Department, they say. The Office of Indian Education will also move to the Interior Department. Supervision of the Fulbright Hayes Overseas Research Program and all the government's international education and foreign language initiatives will move to the State Department. Honestly, I guess with the Department of Education at the federal level, you bring, I guess, the responsibility of what the curriculum is going to be back more in line with the states. But as Jared pointed out, if you're going to be residing in one of those heavily blue states, you're going to have the same mindset and the same DEI and all that mindset in the various local education departments. Your school superintendents, those that are putting the curriculum. This is where the moms and dads have to show up more at those school board meetings to give their input. What you don't want to be shoved down your son or daughter's throat while they're attending elementary and middle school. How you don't want them brainwashed. But hey, thanks for the call there, Jared, about 15 before the hour. I mentioned most recently I've seen a whole bunch of these videos posted which appear to be, whoever's posting them makes it appear like they're actual incidents. Hey, we had the big snowstorm in Indiana the other day. Video of a tractor trailer crossing the medium, and it's fictitious. You can see when the vehicles in these videos are impacting. It's not the way a real automobile and a truck. The truck will slam into a car, and there's no damage to the car, as the video could. It's all artificial intelligence stuff. Half of what you're seeing is not real. Well, maybe not quite half, but officially, YouTube's algorithm has been conquered by artificial intelligence, and the numbers are more jaw-dropping than you might actually think. Research published on December 29th reveals that right now, somewhere between 21 and 33% of content in what they call fresh user feeds now consist of artificial intelligence generated material, fundamentally reshaping what millions of people see every single day. Upon creating a new YouTube account, researchers discovered that 104 of the first 500 videos were artificial intelligence generated. Another 165 qualified as brain rot. Content, in other words, designed purely to capture attention through mindless engagement. It's become so widespread that what they call AI slop actually earned recognition as Word of the Year for 2025 by both Merriam-Webster and Australia's National Dictionary. The rise of AI-generated material represents a fundamental shift in how content gets created and consumed across the internet. Most successful AI channel generated over 2 billion views. Behind the scenes, there is a new breed of content creators that have emerged. They're generating real money, serious revenue with minimal human effort. The most successful AI slop channel globally is a channel out of India, Bandar Apnadost, which racked up over 2.07 billion views and generates an estimated $4.25 million per year. It's a slop channel. Just 278 channels exclusively uploading artificial intelligence-generated content have collectively drawn 63 billion views and recorded some 221 million subscribers. These channels could collectively generate about $117 million a year in annual revenue, according to the estimates from the video editing company Capwing's comprehensive study. It's all happening faster than anyone ever thought. Spain leads in subscribers for AI slop channels, 20.2 million combined subscribers. South Korea dominates in views with 8.45 billion total views. In South Korea, there's a single channel called 3 Minutes Wisdom. Accounts for nearly a quarter of that country's total AI slop, potentially earning over $4 million per year from advertisements alone. The business model, they say, is simple. Artificial intelligence tools can now produce videos for mere pennies while maintaining quality that the algorithms consider good enough. YouTube's response to the site's AI-generated content has been rather mixed. While the CEO has defended generative AI in video creation, arguing that creativity lies in human originality rather than the percentage of AI involvement, they've also begun blocking revenue sharing with some channels that are posting repetitive, inauthentic content. So much of this has become a source of revenue generation. You can make millions of dollars putting together just people that are going to be willing to click and watch. And they spend hours and hours, in many cases, every day. The likes of TikTok, YouTube, Facebook. It's 9 before the hour. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, as we start winding things down for another hour here, see what's going on with Double Trouble.
Hey there, Steve. Been a while.
It has. So what's been happening?
Just living the dream. Driving down the road.
There you go.
Yeah. No, I had to call in. Now, that Gilkey, he got it all wrong. I told him the only time I would drink vodka is if I had, like, jury duty. I guess he misunderstood what I said. Yeah, I was going to give up beer. I told him I'd just start drinking Jameson. last night you were talking about the graffiti that they're going to be doing over there in New York City.
Mm-hmm.
They're actually doing 3 drops. They're doing one at 10 o'clock. Planet Fitness, I guess, is the one that's hosting it. So they're going to have a graffiti drop at 10 o'clock for Planet Fitness. And then they're going to do the other 2 at 12, red, white, and blue for the 250th Independence. And then I guess the regular, they're saying it's going to be like over 5,000 tons of graffiti that they're going to do.
The confetti drops? Wow.
Confetti, that's what I meant, the confetti, not graffiti. Oh, yeah, I guess I'm already hitting that vodka. No, not really. Anyway, have you ever seen that movie, Cocaine Bear? Or heard about it?
I don't. Was that the one about the Washington D.C. governor or whatever at the time?
No, it was supposed to be based on a true story. Somebody dropped cocaine in the right south of Knoxville, Tennessee, in the national park, and I guess drug people were supposed to drug dealers were supposed to pick it up.
Yeah.
And a bear got of it, and the bear went
the
totally
bear.
nuts.
I thought you said the mayor. It was the bear. Yeah, I heard about the bear thing. I've not seen the movie, but I saw the previews to it.
Yeah, it was funny, but then stupid at the same time. It got me to thinking there, Steve. All these darn boats that we're blowing up over there off of Venezuela.
Yeah.
What happened if a shark gets a hold of that cocaine? Are we going to have a movie called Cocaine Shark?
Yeah, could be.
You know, just when you thought it was safe to get back in the water.
Cocaine.
Yeah, you know what? Now they'll probably make a movie about it.
I don't know. Someone else had asked that question not long ago. I mean, when they're blowing them up, is it destroying the cocaine, or is the wildlife? Is it impacting the sharks and the whales and the dolphins and the tuna? You know, I don't know.
You would think it would have to. I don't know. I saw that movie Cocaine Bear, and I'm like, what happens if a shark gets a hold of that?
Right.
I wonder if he wants, swim down like in the Keys or something right now. Get hold of a hyped up cocaine shark, But no, I just figured I'd call in and just let y'all know I'm still alive. I've been listening to the program, but I haven't really been calling in. So.
It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while. But I heard Gilligan, and you know what? At least Gilliclaw didn't put me on the naughty list this year. I do appreciate that.
There you
but
go.
then again, he didn't put me on the good list either. So I don't know.
Maybe you got the lump of coal. Well, hey, thanks for checking in, Double Trouble. We got to close out this hour.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secrets? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability for over 20 years. We've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services has halted all child care payments to Minnesota over alleged fraud. Deputy Secretary Jim O'Neill says federal funds will now require receipts or photos. Minnesota centers are going to face a full audit. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz backs criminal action but says the investigation unfairly singles out the state's Somali community. President Trump is warning Iran against rebuilding its nuclear program. While speaking Monday with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Trump said the U.S. would respond if Iran moved forward while urging negotiations and backing potential Israeli strikes. The comments come as Iran faces protests and its currency hits a record low against the dollar. The U.S. military says another alleged drug smuggling boat in the Eastern Pacific has been hit, killing 2 narco-terrorists.
The U.S. Southern Command said on X, forces blew up the boat in international waters and no U.S. service members were injured. The Post also said the boat was operated by a designated terrorist organization, but did not say which terrorist group. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
More musicians are canceling upcoming shows at the Trump Kennedy Center after the board voted to rename the performing arts venue to include President Trump's name.
The jazz band The Cookers, scheduled to perform Wednesday night, hinted at politics as being part of the reason they are canceling. Singer Christy Lee announced on Instagram she's canceling, saying that losing her integrity would cost her more than any paycheck. The Kennedy Center's board voted to add Trump's name earlier this month, with it being added to the building the following day. Several shows and performers have canceled at the center since the name change, including the musical Hamilton and Issa Rae. I'm Jim Roop.
Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 95 points. The S&P 500 lost 9 points, and the Nasdaq dropped 55 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Throughout the weekend, we've had hundreds of crews working to restore power.
Michiganders are digging out of a winter storm that hit the entire state on Monday. Consumers Energy says crews from several states and Canada are helping to restore power after nearly 62,000 customers initially lost electricity. A New Jersey judge has ruled that 2 Clark police officers caught using racial slurs can be fired.
Clark Police Chief Pedro Matos and Sergeant Joseph Teston were secretly recorded using racial slurs, including the N-word. This goes back 5 years. They were suspended but continued to collect their 6-figure salaries and annual bonuses while being investigated. They claim the probe's taken so long they shouldn't face disciplinary charges, but the judge's ruling Tuesday shoots down that claim. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
With flu season starting early and being driven by the new K variant of the influenza A strain, people are paying more attention to what they take if they contract that illness.
Tamiflu is the most prescribed medication to fight the flu, but it's not the only option. There's another antiviral called Xofluza that doctors are recommending for certain patients because it's a one-dose pill. Tamiflu, which comes in pill or liquid form, typically must be taken twice daily for 5 days, but it can be given to babies and toddlers. Xofluza is approved only for people ages 5 and up. The CDC recommends talking to your doctor about what's right for you. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388. All right, here it is. Final hour. How about that final hour here on a Wednesday morning, New Year's Eve? Our final hour of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive for the year of 2025. I'd say it's been a pretty good year for the Overnight Drive. We're making progress. Hopefully that progress continues. As Brother Rambler said, click the share button, click the like button, whatever your venue is. Tell your friends about the program. Third shift workers, wise old night owls. We're here from midnight to 5 Eastern Time. Each Monday through Friday morning. So Double Trouble mentioned, I guess we're going to have, a double confetti drop? Here at the midnight hour tonight, technically, in the Eastern Time Zone. ABC News kind of shares, after midnight strikes, revelers ringing in the year at Times Square will get a second treat with red, white, and blue confetti raining down to usher in America's 250th anniversary. So I guess they do the traditional confetti drop at midnight. And it says the special confetti, which will kick off at about 12:04 a.m. Eastern Time. The iconic Times Square ball will also feature a special design and a finale to highlight a dynamic pyro display, a fireworks display, set to a rendition of America the Beautiful by the late Ray Charles. Now, they say this is going to actually be the first time you're going to see this technology deployed in this way ever. So we're pretty excited about this. I'm a little confused on how this whole thing's going to be choreographed. You have the ball drop, the midnight hour rings in. And if I understand correctly, then, of course, I guess the ball goes back up. And you got the confetti drop at 12:04. And I think the ball pretty much stays up, lit up with the 250th anniversary thing for another drop there on 4th of July. July 3rd, the new Constellation ball will get lowered for a second time in honor of Independence Day. America 250 is the nonpartisan organization charged by Congress to lead the celebration of the 250th year of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. But what's new about the ball this evening? Known as the Constellation Ball, it's actually the 9th different ball to drop since 1907 at Times Square. This particular ball, 12 and a half feet in diameter, features 5,280 handcrafted Waterford crystals and LED lights, weighing in about 12,350 pounds. According to One Times Square, which designed the new ball for this year. All right, so there you go. Very interesting. The time is clicking. We're, about just under 20 hours away from witnessing that ball dropping in Times Square here. It's New Year's Eve. Rob kicks things off here in our final hour. Hello, Rob.
Hi, Steve. How are you doing today?
Doing well. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. Talking about the ball drop there. The older you get, the New Year's really kind of loses its fun, at least for me anyway. But I do have fond memories as a kid of going over to my grandma's and grandpa's house, and they'd have a couple over, and they'd sit at the kitchen table and play 500 rummy and eat pickled herring and tiger meat sandwiches. You know, and me and my sister and their cousin would be in the living room, watching TV or playing games while they're eating that stuff out at the kitchen table and playing cards. That was some good memories as a kid. But Jared kind of reminded me of something about the penmanship. I remember in 5th grade, clearly sitting at the desk and over the top of the chalkboard was a laminated, it gave the whole alphabet in cursive.
Yes.
Above the,
Yep.
You remember that? And, and it had the capital letter and the small letter, and every day we had the sheets of paper with the big gaps in it, and you dotted lines, and every day you had to do a letter, a full page. And, the girls were always better at it than the guys.
Yes.
They had better penmanship skills for sure. But it was always it became kind of a contest after a while. You really didn't want to do it, but if you wanted to try and impress the teacher, you'd really keep your head in the game and try and do the best, try and do the best you could.
Sure did.
But I know your place there, you're all electric. Have you seen any drop in your price per kilowatt hour since we have all these windmills and solar farms up everywhere?
Only thing I've seen is my utility bill going up every damn winter.
Well, I'm sure with this cold weather, you're going to see a spike. But
yep.
I do have a piece of property up in northern Wisconsin, and I live in kind of the mid Wisconsin, and there's a big difference between the price per kilowatt hour. I know up there because the houses are so far and few between, so they must be to justify the cost of the lines, and everybody has to pay the price, Mm-hmm. But I keep thinking one of these years that with all this windmills and wind farms and solar panels, that maybe we'll see a break in the bill, but it just doesn't seem to happen. So that's about all I got. I'll keep listening. Very good show.
Aye, hey, have a happy New Year there, Rob. And like you say, it doesn't mean quite as much. Yeah, there were years ago where we would make big plans to go out Christmas Eve. Let's go downtown, go to Fountain Square, ring in the New Year, watch the fireworks. Yeah, let's just stay home, sit on the couch, and in recent years, Steve Sommers may be asleep before that midnight hour even rolls around. You never know. I know I had crashed out last year. I think I actually got up. I got out of bed about 11 o'clock, about an hour before the ball dropped. And the princess and everybody was over at the neighbor's house, and I wandered in the door, and they're like, Oh, I can't believe it. He's up. He's up. Happy New Year. So we'll see how it goes. I guess he didn't get everything he wanted for Christmas because he made a bad decision in life to rob a bank the day after Christmas. This is a truck driver now facing federal charges after robbing a bank, fleeing in a semi, and then engaging police in a shootout. William Edward McGee Jr. If you thought you were on tough times, they're only going to get worse now. Has now been charged with bank robbery and discharging a firearm in furtherance of a crime of violence. Authorities allege on December 26, he robbed the First Citizens Bank of Zebulon, North Carolina. He got out of the bank with like $3,234 in cash by threatening the tellers that he had C4, that he was going to explode if they didn't give him the money. They gave him the money. He fled the scene. Officers responded. This word from the U.S. Attorney's Office. Officers responded to the bank, began investigating the robbery. Surveillance footage depicted McGee leaving the scene of the robbery in a semi-truck. Later that day, Rocky Mount police located the semi in a Hobby Lobby parking lot in Rocky Mount. Police officers were surveilling the semi-truck when McGee exited the semi armed with a Ruger AR-556 rifle. Immediately began firing at officers. Obviously, officers returned fire and struck McGee. While taking him into custody, officers recovered the AR rifle he used to shoot at officers, as well as a handgun in his waistband. Police found several items worn by or used during the robbery inside the bank robbery in the semi-truck. Amazingly, no police officers or members of the public were injured in the shootout. I mean, you're talking the day after Christmas, Hobby Lobby, busy place. Bomb technicians were called in to ultimately confirm there were no explosives present. McGee now faces 20 years in prison on the bank robbery charge and a mandatory minimum of 10 years in prison, consecutive to any other sentence on the discharging of firearm charge. As alleged, this defendant didn't just rob a bank. He threatened innocent civilians with explosives, then opened fire on police. This is not desperation, it's domestic terror. Thanks to the courage and professionalism of our law enforcement partners, he's alive, in custody, but now facing decades in federal prison. Let this serve as a warning if you bring violence into our communities or target the men and women who protect them. The Department of Justice will meet you with the full weight of the federal government and ensure you are removed from the streets for a very long time. When bad guys shoot at our law enforcement partners, we will aggressively pursue federal charges against them. So tip of the hat to the brave officers in Rocky Mount and across the nation, as you said, that put their lives on the line every single day. Wow. 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry, you can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Some of the more traditionalists of truck and tractor pulling love seeing smoke on tractors that look like they came right out of the field. That's why the high-torque Superfarm tractors are one of the biggest fields in truck and tractor pulling. This is the NTPA Overnight Report. From the NTPA offices in Marion, Ohio, I'm Greg Hunter. The high-torque Superfarm tractors had 42 tractors hooking during the Grand National events in 2025, and the top three were kind of in a league of their own, with Gary Shavik in his 1972 International 1466 he calls New Attitude earning the title by only 5 points. Unlike the other Grand National classes, the high-torque Superfarm tractors didn't have one rainout during the summer. All 9 hooks took place as planned, which couldn't be said for all the other classes. Although the Superfarms were at Toma, it wasn't a points hook, so their season officially started at Brandenburg, Kentucky in late July. Gary took a third on the first night and 7th on the second. Leaving Kentucky, Gary had New Attitude in third in the points battle as they headed to the North Iowa Nationals in Rockwell. With a 6th on night 1 and a win on night 2, Gary kept himself in the top 3 of the Grand National points headed to Poletown in mid-August. Bowling Green was very good for Gary, winning both hooks by going over 320 feet both days. Gary made his way into second place in the points with only 3 hooks to go. After 3 consecutive wins, New Attitude was on the right trajectory, but a trip to Sandwich, Illinois was a little bit of a setback, earning 4th and 6th. But those were good enough to move Gary into first in the points going into the Enderley pull-off. 4th at the final hook of the season after going 336 was all it took to get the title. As mentioned, the competition was tight for the top 3. New Attitude held off Don Schulte in his 73 International 1066 he calls Binder Express by 5, and Brooke Harley Ferris on the 95 Case 2294 called Assorted Nuts by 9. Rounding out the top 10, in 4th, Ryan Anderson piloted his 72 International he calls Green Galvanized Stars Checking Out. Holding the 5th spot was the 72 International 1066 of Lee Butts he calls Press On. In 6th, the Crop Doctor, the 74 International 1066 of John Silsby. In 7th went to the combo of Wayne Lamore and Joe Bush and the 94 John Deere 8110 they call Fear the Deer. In 8th, Brooke Michael Ferris with the 98 Case IH 7220 called Absolutely Nuts. In 9th was Stan Warda and the 84 International 3688 called Hammer and Hank. And rounding out the top 10 was the combo of Greg and Russ Freeze on the 76 John Deere 4430 they called Deer Tracks. You can relive the 2025 season every Wednesday with NTPA Championship Polling on RFD TV at 8:30 Eastern or on ntpapoll.com. where you can find the results of each hook and the point standings from 2025, and you can prep for the 2026 season. This has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
All right, there you have it. Final NTPA update for the year of 2025. Well, hello to Rainmaker. Checking in from Thailand via email this New Year's Eve. I sent this about an hour ago. He said, hey, Steve, Rainmaker check-in. It's like 3 in the afternoon here on New Year's Eve in Thailand. 84 degrees. How about that? We'll get down to 60 by tomorrow morning. I listened to the news on your show, and I'm amazed about these musicians who've been right and wrong, standing for justice, pulling out, I guess, of the Kennedy Center, not willing to listen to any other news except the Communist News Network. Refusing to perform at the Kennedy Center because they added Trump's name to it. I guess they really haven't heard about the truth. The Democrats had lied. Obama lied about Trump and Russia. Have they not heard about the news? The illegal and legal Somali corruption that's going on in Minnesota and now the state of Maine. Probably a few more states. These musicians need to ask why businesses are leaving California. They need to ask why all the fire departments in every city and town are unable to buy new equipment and get parts to fix their equipment. Someone needs to step up and tell them that Obama, Hillary, and Joe Biden have allowed illegal activities and stolen tax money from the American people. Interesting you'd bring that up there about the fire equipment. Somewhere in the mix, I've had a story from this past day. Talking about just that. The cost of fire equipment has skyrocketed. I think I've got that over in my show prep mix. We'll see if we can dig it up here as we head toward our final segment. Oh, there's Steve in Columbus one more time. Good morning, Steve Sommers, all the listeners out there. Well, we're halfway through the week. I know we're already looking toward the weekend. I took the day off to tend to a sick wife yesterday, so it's back to work for both of us today. Coffee's hot, the car's brushed off. Time to head into town, see what we can get into today. Everybody enjoy. Picked up a little dusting of snow there, did you, there in Columbus? I think you're in that zone to pick up maybe a couple of inches with that second clipper that's forecast to come through later on today, New Year's Eve into New Year's Day. All right, real quick, just enough time here at the final moment before we'll get to Vic coming up here talking about the fraud and the waste and abuse in the midterm coming up here. The president kind of alluded to it on Monday. We've been hitting the drug boats. Philip asked about this earlier. I guess the next step is this latest strike where there was a major explosion in a dock area where they load the boats. The president alluded to this on Monday. I guess it's been confirmed now. Yes, there was a strike. We hit all the boats, and now we hit the area, the implementation area, where they're storing the drugs and loading the boats. Not immediately clear which part of the U.S. government acted and what target was hit. The CIA, of course, the White House and the Pentagon have not publicly elaborated on what the president had referenced and did not respond to questions posed by Reuters News, they tell us. Okay, we'll get our news break and back with more.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Minnesota is facing renewed scrutiny over alleged welfare and child care fraud as federal officials freeze child care payments and expand investigations. Experts say the deeper issue is weak oversight in Medicaid and state programs. State and federal leaders say audits and prosecutions are ongoing, with dozens already charged. President Trump warns Hamas of severe consequences if they fail to disarm while speaking alongside Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in Florida.
We talked about Hamas and we talked about disarmament, and they're going to be given a very short period of time to disarm.
Trump says there's going to be hell to pay if Hamas doesn't honor the Israel-Hamas peace plan. Netanyahu also announced Trump has received Israel's top civilian honor, the Israel Prize. A U.S. drone strike in Venezuela was reportedly carried out by the CIA. A remote dock linked to the Tren de Aragua gang was targeted earlier this month for drug trafficking. Officials say no one was present and there were no casualties. Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says she wants to be remembered for helping pass the Affordable Care Act.
Pelosi told ABC's This Week the legislation is a key part of making sure Americans have health coverage.
I think that it was just made a big change in terms of what working families need for their health and their financial health. We'll continue to have that fight.
Pelosi, the first and only woman to serve as Speaker of the House, announced last month she would not be running for re-election. The 85-year-old has been in politics for nearly 4 decades, representing her San Francisco-based district. I'm Lisa Carton.
Wall Street closed lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 95 points. The S&P 500 lost 9 points, and the Nasdaq dropped 55 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
We are so excited and can't wait to get to Boulder.
The University of Colorado has hired New Mexico's Fernando Lovo as the next athletic director.
Sports reporter Adam Munstertiger says Lovo's a fast riser.
His success in a very short period of time at New Mexico, and given kind of the boxes they wanted to check, made him a pretty obvious candidate.
Lovo replaces Rick George, who announced his retirement last month after 13 years at the helm of CU's athletic programs. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Boeing is receiving an $8.6 billion contract tied to the F-15 Israel program. The deal includes 25 new F-15IA fighter jets for Israel, with an option for 25 more, all to be built in St. Louis through 2035. President Trump announced the agreement following talks with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Cannabis-induced vomiting is on the rise.
The medical term for it is cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome. It's described as having cycles of nausea, vomiting, and abdominal pain after using marijuana for a long time. Doctors at the Cleveland Clinic say CHS is not just annoying, it can cause dehydration, electrolyte imbalance, and severe medical complications. It's thought that CHS is becoming increasingly common because of the widespread use of marijuana, increased potency, and the legalization of it in multiple states. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, I knew I had that story in the mix here somewhere. Here it is. I should have asked Horse Feathers about that earlier. He knows a lot about the fire equipment. The story this past day, when crisis strikes, Americans in big cities and rural landscapes across the board trust first responders like firefighters and EMTs are just a phone call away. However, recent spikes in cost and wait times associated with fire trucks have left fire departments all over the country scrambling to make do with what they have. Sometimes to the detriment of public safety. Yeah, they said, your profits have grown 5 times over the last 5 years, $250 million, but nobody can get their equipment. What's going on? Yeah, much of the problem appears to stem from a massive consolidation of fire apparatus manufacturers nearly 20 years ago. That consolidation effectively created a duopoly that has severely restricted competition. According to a recent op-ed from Kansas City, the Kansas fire chief and retired New Haven, Connecticut battalion chief, that's Dennis Rubin and Frank Rickey, who together have more than 60 years of field experience, said the problem has grown so wide in scope that it's drawn the attention of lawmakers from both sides of the aisle. Earlier this year, a handful of lawmakers sent a letter to the executives of Rev Group, Oshkosh Corporation, and Rosenbauer, which collectively corner somewhere between 70 and 80% of the fire truck market share. In just the past few years, multiple class action lawsuits have been filed against these companies, alleging antitrust law violations. In subcommittee hearings, Senator Hawley claimed that their business models are all identical. One identical tactic the companies appear to have taken, according to lawmakers, is to delay fulfilling orders on purpose to keep the costs and demand artificially high. Just 6 short years ago, Rev Group, for example, had a backlog of fire equipment orders totaling about $1 billion, with an expected wait time of 12 to 18 months, according to the New York Times. Now the company's backlog has quadrupled. Wait times have jumped to 2 or 3 years, they tell us. Your profits have grown 5 times in 5 years, but nobody can get their equipment. Senator Hawley was railing to Mike Vering, the president of Rev Fire Group, in that hearing a few months ago. What have these gigantic corporations done with all that market share? Well, you've hiked prices, you've restricted supply, and you've created a dangerous backlog of firefighting equipment. Even when departments can get the equipment, there is no discernible improvements in technology, they say. Rubin and Rickey argued that this market manipulation has had serious consequences. In the summer of 23, there were so many pumper fire trucks out of commission in Kansas City, Kansas, that firefighters were forced to use SUVs and a borrowed brush truck that lacked essential tools. Based on the lack of fire truck repair parts, our department in Kansas City has been negatively impacted on several occasions. It's not acceptable. Chief Rubin, who previously served as a chief of the department in Atlanta, Georgia, and Washington, D.C., said the impact's real. It directly affects ability to deliver the level of service that the public counts on every day. P.J. Norwood, a retired deputy chief in East Haven, says it's wrong when private equity companies deliberately distort the efficient operation of the free market. Now, a spokesperson for Oshkosh spoke to Blaze News, said that disruptions to supply chains during COVID and customization are two of the big factors that account for the rise in prices and the delayed orders. Depending on the options a consumer chooses, producing a single fire truck can take up to 7,000 hours with an average of approximately 2,000 hours. We acknowledged the lead time problem as soon as it emerged. We have and will continue to make investments to increase throughput, as he puts it. We know customers want and deserve shorter lead times, and the manufacturers who can accomplish that will win their business. Nonetheless, Ruben and Ricky did not deny that specific customization demands from so many municipalities is a major problem. They encourage the adoption of a more standardized production model. Separate lines for urban, suburban, or rural versus custom builds. They also believe that states and cities ought to revisit their bidding procedures to root out any unfair practices that are driving prices up even further. But still, their view is that limited competition at the manufacturing level is the main cause of this. Yeah, we have to champion American manufacturing that wins on competition and merit, not monopolistic tactics. There's nothing wrong with earning a profit, but it's wrong when private equity companies deliberately distort the efficient operation of the free market on the one hand, and then fire departments rig the bidding process on the other. If legislators aren't willing or able to ask the tough questions, and of course it's always going to be the taxpayers, always, who are exploited and ripped off. All right, to Vic, one final time here in 2025. Can you believe it, Vic?
Well, not really. It's just the last few years it went by rather quickly, and 2025 was certainly no exception. Matter of fact, it seemed like it sped up. So, but what you were just talking about there with the bidding on the fire equipment and the fire trucks and everything, and trying to make all these custom. Everybody wants their own model, so they're kind of like in the custom auto business. And that was one of the reasons years ago I knew a person that worked there at Louisville when Ford was making the Class 8 trucks, and they tried to honor every, it wasn't a custom model. Everything that was coming out, I should say, it wasn't just a general model, here this is, if you want to, you buy the base model, and you can take it home and do whatever you want with it. Well, Ford thought that they could make custom semi-tractors, and it didn't work out too good for them. And that's one of the reasons that they got out of the business, because it was just getting too hard to control expenses.
Mm-hmm.
So they got out of the business of making Class 8 trucks, which I had one of the Ford racing teams, the Aeromax. I was trying to think what it was. I forget the number, the LTL or something, but it was one of the smoothest riding trucks that I ever had, and the custom sleeper pad and all that stuff. And my wife went with me a few times, and I went to companies that had Freightliners. She rode with me one time, and she said, "No, man, that thing beats you to death." So not really downgrading Freightliner. And then I had another guy that was a customs freight analyst for I forget the firm, and I was up in Pennsylvania, and he wanted to know what motel I slept in or something. I said, "Right here," and he got in and looked at it, and I said, "But that's not, most trucks don't look like this." And so he was kind of amazed, and he said it got too hot down in Dallas, so he was going back up north. It was during the summertime, and that kind of struck me as like, you're a freight analyst, and you don't know exactly what's going on in the trucking world. So, it's just kind of odd. But to the base point of what you were talking about is the problem, the fraud problem, is there's just too much government intervention into the private sector, and there are too many people, whether it's the Somalis or anybody else, they're standing there wanting a kickback or this or that or whatever. But the thing with the Somalis is they have turned this into an organized, I guess you'd say, industry or whatever. And it looks like they're trying to go across the country looking for weak communities, jurisdictions, or whatever. And they're on the way to establishing some sort of a network. And their every intention is to take as much money from the government by fraud as possible. And the big question is, to me, you got people like Tim Walz up there in Minnesota, and he's trying to credit the Somalis with improving Minnesota or something. And to me, that's a direct slap in the face to the tribal council up there, because Minnesota has so many Indian communities in there that they have what's called a tribal council. And although they fought with the cavalry and everything else way back when, then they came together. There were all those people from the Nordic countries that came in there, because most of those people up there were usually like Swedes or somebody, and they homesteaded that place. So what I want to know is, why would Tim Walz think that the Somalis really did anything good for Minnesota when they showed up after all the heavy lifting had been done, and they're raiding the Minnesota Treasury and the U.S. Treasury? I don't see how that's building anything up. And to me, that's a criminal enterprise. That's just all there is to it. And why anybody would think that, that they try to come up with this racial profiling stuff and everything else. No, it's just outright criminal. And I think that the U.S. government, what they can do is just say, goodbye and good luck. You pay out of the Minnesota Treasury and see how long you last. And they're running around, when I say they, I should say those people of Tim Walz's bent, they're trying to nab Trump or something. I have no idea what. If they're trying to do that about the drug boat intervention and everything else, we tried this deal of spraying a lot of herbicides all over South America to shut down the drug trade, and basically we just made it to where they couldn't grow any crops in a lot of places. We tried in Afghanistan, the opium poppies there. So it is not unusual when this country is trying to solve our drug problem, which I would imagine the Somalis are contributing to, by going after foreign countries. And it just boils down to one thing, Steve. I know your son's in law enforcement. I don't know what, if he's still like one of the regular patrolmen or has special assignments. And, I really don't, it's really none of my business.
He's doing he's doing the canine thing now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the canine officer.
So he's right in the thick of things then, because there has been some jurisdictions that the drug dealers, they put out rewards on the canine, the canine, certain dogs. Some are a little bit more proficient than the others. So, we need to get serious with what's going on over here. And the Somalis, if they can make money from something, they're going to be there. And that's just all there is to it. And that's why I said that most likely that they have some sort of a connection to the drug trade. But the big thing is, instead of going after them for all these different frauds, I mean, it's law violation standing out there right in front of you, as plain as day. So they just need to make sure they keep the Somalis from establishing a network. They gradually got their people in different communities, and those communities that are a little bit lax or officials are a little bit on the take or whatever you want to say, that they're in there trying to grab all the money they can. And I don't know about like a housing and all. There's just too many government programs. Number one, it needs to be done away with. But I am familiar with USDA's program from years ago. 10 years ago, when they were trying to cut down the food stamp fraud, and Senator Lugar was in office, we were trying to figure out a way to cut down on what they call the ghetto dollars, the old-fashioned food stamps, because people were basically going to a merchant and selling those stamps. And the one individual that we came up with was a guy that was in Henderson, Kentucky, and he turned in more food stamps for more than what he had bought that year for his food inventory. I mean, that kind of, he wasn't, let's just say he wasn't the smartest person to do that, because that one just stood out like a sore thumb. And the reason that they had to quit it was because a couple that was on drugs literally left their child with a drug dealer for security to make sure they would come back and make their payment. So obviously they had to make a decision. It's like, well, we're going to have to drop this and get on this other program, because they only had so much personnel to investigate everything. And then on the farm thing, I was part of a deal where a guy sold grain that he had already sold to the U.S. government through our elevator. And I thought, man, he's driving a long way to save grain, to sell grain. And I asked him about it. He said, well, it pays out for me. I don't have a good basis in my area and everything else. And about 3 months later, a guy showed up from the enforcement division of USDA and says, this guy sell this grain. We go through a long conversation. I said, yeah. I said, but he never did fulfill his contract. He always wanted it for, he just wanted to sell for cash. So that's what we did. And the guy agent said to me, says, is that contract still alive? And I said, yeah, it's still valid and everything. He said, if I delivered you some grain, could I honor that contract? I said, well, whatever provision you make, just get in touch with the home office and tell them what you're going to be doing. They'd be more than happy to have the grain, because it's been hedged and resold and everything else. So that was what he did. But what the curiosity about that was, the contract price was higher than the cash price. So I guess the guy thought he could get away with selling it and not near his home area, and nobody would ever inspect these bins to make sure that he actually still had the grain. And because he was certified, he did when he didn't. So there is more than just the FBI and all these other people. And if Trump would activate every enforcement division in all these different agencies, he would greatly expand the enforcement ability. And pretty well, I would say the Somalis could use an awful lot of their ill-gotten property and gains. So, but again, the big thing is, as long as we keep having big government and consolidation, we will have these problems. And interestingly enough, Stalin, when he was head of the Communist Party, said we want to aid monopolization any way we can in the United States of America. So they're fulfilling a lot of Stalin's deals. And whenever you would talk about the guy there with the semi that robbed the bank and tried to run. I worked for a company one time. The guy lost his safety bonus because the guy did the same thing, except he ran into the truck driver that for the company that I was with, and the safety director said to him, he said, well, you're going to lose your safety bonus. because you had an accident and that guy was on his safety bonus. He said, what am I supposed to do? It was an unpreventable accident. He read a red light and ran into him. He said, well, you should have avoided him or something like that. And he said, well, how do you avoid somebody running a red light in a semi and runs into you? So that guy that pulled that stunt recently, I didn't think I'd ever hear that again, but that's sure what happened about, I guess, 20, 30 years ago. But by and large,
he'll have plenty of time to think about it from behind bars, right? 20 years, 30 years, whatever it's going to be. We got to get a final timeout back into.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
All right, that'll pretty much do it for another day. And believe it or not, another year. How about that? So that'll be our final live edition here for 2025. Steve Sommers will be out for the Thursday and Friday morning program. So we won't talk to you again until Sunday night into Monday morning. Whatever your plans may be for the New Year's weekend, please travel safely, make good decisions. As Pappy said, call an Uber. Get there safely. And a big thank you for all who listen and participate in this program on a nightly basis. And I know that there's so many out there that listen regularly, but that's all they do. That's great. I appreciate you being a part of the show. So again, have a safe weekend. Happy New Year. And thanks for being a listener to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream.